एवं सभी प्रतिभागियों को यथा योग्य अभिवादन। पंडित मदन मोहन मालवीय राष्ट्रीय शिक्षक एवं शिक्षण मिशन, मानव संसाधन विकास मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार के तत्वाधान में शिक्षा विद्यापीठ, महात्मा गांधी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हिंदी विश्वविद्यालय वर्धा द्वारा आयोजित अध्यापक शिक्षा में वैकल्पिक आकलन एवं मूल्यांकन विषय पर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वेबिनार के उद्घाटन सत्र में मैं डॉक्टर श्रीश पाल सिंह, सह प्रोफेसर शिक्षा विभाग, आप सभी का स्वागत करता हूं। Good morning all of you. I welcome you all for the 2 days international webinar on alternative assessment and evaluation in teacher education, organized by School of Education, Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya, Wardha, Maharashtra, under the aegis of Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission on Teachers and Teaching, MHRD, Government of India. We are using Google Meet, YouTube, and Facebook Live platform for this webinar. With the permission of Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Rajneesh Kumar Sukh, I start the proceeding of inaugural session. उद्घाटन सत्र की अध्यक्षता कर रहे माननीय कुलपति प्रोफेसर रजनीश कुमार शुक्ल की अनुमति से मैं इस सत्र के आरंभ की घोषणा करता हूं। हम शुरुआत करेंगे अपने विश्वविद्यालय के कुलगीत के माध्यम से। मैं निवेदन करूंगा अपनी टेक्निकल टीम को कि वे विश्वविद्यालय का कुलगीत आप सबके सामने प्रस्तुत करें। सर यहीं से करेंगे ना? हाँ, तो इतनी देर में अपना कैमरा ऑन कर दूंगा। हाँ, बाकी Thank you. In this session, in this inaugural session, we have with us Professor Rajneesh Kumar Shukla, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya Wardha, as a session chair, Dr. Srikant Mohapatra, Vice Chancellor, Odisha State Open University, Sambhalpur, Odisha, as a chief guest. We have with us Professor C.B. Sharma, Professor of Education, Indira Gandhi National Open University, and former chairman, National Institute of Open Schooling, Government of India, as a keynote address. We have with us Professor Manoj Kumar, Dean, School of Education, Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya, Wardha. We have with us Dr. Gopal Kishan Thakur, Head, Department of Education, Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya, and my colleague, Dr. Silpi Kumari, Assistant Professor, Department of Education. I welcome you all, esteemed dignitaries. First of all, I request Professor Manoj Kumar, Dean, School of Education, Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya, for welcome address. Sir, I request you for welcome address.
धन्यवाद। आज हम लोग 2 दिवसीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वेबिनार के लिए इकट्ठा हुए हैं। 15 और 16 जून को आयोजित इस वेबिनार का महत्वपूर्ण विषय आप सबको पता है कि अध्यापक शिक्षा में मूल्यांकन और आंकलन की वैकल्पिक पद्धति पर हम विचार करने वाले हैं। जैसा कि संचालक महोदय ने कहा कि आप आज के इस सत्र की अध्यक्षता हमारे विश्वविद्यालय के यशस्वी कुलपति प्रोफेसर रजनीश कुमार शुक्ल कर रहे हैं और मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में हमारे बीच उपस्थित हैं श्रीकांत महापात्रा जी, कुलपति उड़ीसा स्टेट ओपन यूनिवर्सिटी। आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। और आज के इस सत्र में कीनोट एड्रेस देंगे प्रोफेसर सीबी शर्मा जी, जो शिक्षा के ही प्रोफेसर हैं। दरअसल नई शिक्षा नीति के बाद हमारे सामने यह प्रश्न हुआ है और आज के संदर्भ में तो यह महत्वपूर्ण प्रश्न हो गया है कि हम अपने मूल्यांकन और आंकलन की पद्धति की वैकल्पिक पद्धति किस प्रकार विकसित कर सकें। जयप्रकाश नारायण के समय हमारा यह सपना था और हम उस सपने के साथ जिए हैं कि शिक्षा में अमूल परिवर्तन होना चाहिए और अमूल परिवर्तन होगा तो शिक्षा के लक्ष्य और उद्देश्य को सामने रखकर होगा, क्योंकि शिक्षा का लक्ष्य अगर मस्तिष्क का विकास है तो कौशल का भी विकास है और हृदय का भी विकास है। इन तीनों ही के समन्वित विकास का आंकलन किस तरह हो, यह महत्वपूर्ण सवाल हमारे सामने में है और इन सवालों को लेकर आज हम जूझ रहे हैं और हम अपने विद्वान अतिथियों से, विद्वान वक्ताओं से यह जानना चाहते हैं, समझना चाहते हैं कि आंकलन की, अध्यापक के आंकलन की, खास करके उन अध्यापकों के आंकलन की जो अध्यापक की राष्ट्र निर्माण के एक भूमिका अदा करते हैं। एक वैसी चुनौतियों का सामना करते हुए आज के बालक को भविष्य के नागरिक के रूप में तैयार करने की महत्वपूर्ण जिम्मेदारी जिनके पास होती है, उनके आंकलन की क्या पद्धति हो ताकि वह एक सक्षम, सजग और समाज की चेतनता से जुड़ा हुआ विद्यार्थी पैदा कर सके। हम फिर से अपने कुलपति और आज के उद्घाटन सत्र के अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर रजनीश कुमार शुक्ल जी का और श्रीकांत महापात्रा जी तथा सीबी शर्मा जी का हृदय से और विश्वविद्यालय तथा पंडित मदन मोहन मालवीय राष्ट्रीय शिक्षक शिक्षा मिशन की तरफ से हम आपका शिक्षा विद्यापीठ की तरफ से हम आपका स्वागत करते हैं और आशा करते हैं कि हमें एक दिशा, एक सोचने का बिंदु मिलेगा। धन्यवाद।
आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद महोदय। As we know, we all are in the pandemic condition in last 3 months, and we have seen a drastic change in our teaching learning process. Since we all are aware that we have 3 basic elements of our education system: the learning outcomes, we must say the learning objective, the teaching learning process, and the third is the assessment. And as we all know that the assessment, the most important pole of this system is still in the need to have some discussion in this form, so that we can have some deliberation on the alternative assessment techniques, so we can use in such conditions as we are facing these days. On this important poll, our Vice Chancellor gave us insight to hold an international webinar on assessment practices. Now I would like to request Dr. Gopal Krishnan Thakur sir for introduction about the theme and the seminar.
Thank you, Dr. Shirish Pal Singh. Very good morning to all of you. Our esteemed guests, speakers, keynote speaker, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Rajneesh Kumar Shukla ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Odisha State Open University, Professor Srikant Mohapatra ji, our keynote speaker, the champion Professor of Education, Professor C.B. Sharma ji, a very warm welcome. While conceptualizing the theme of this webinar, I had a word with Professor C.B. Sharma ji when our Vice Chancellor, Professor Rajneesh Kumar Shukla, asked us to organize a webinar on this theme and carry out a very sincere, serious deliberation upon to churn out certain ideas, churn out certain issues, and bring out something in concrete, in black and white, as recommendations. Because nowadays, this country is going through, we in fact never knew our own potential, because the way this pandemic enveloped, it was so fast, so rapid, that nobody was ready to pick up the new circumstances, pick up the pace with which we could cope up with the changes that were imminent, that was unavoidable. And we started as teachers, as educational planners, as educational administrators, we started conducting classes. And during this process, this idea evolved, because as the process of online classes unfolded, we started thinking about what will happen if this pandemic prolongs, and what will happen about the examination, assessment rather. Though assessment is a different connotation, examination is something which is sort of a tangible form of assessment, and we are everywhere in most of the world examination oriented. So this idea emerged out of all these concerns that what will happen in the case of assessing students with the help of our own examination system. Because as I have stated earlier, I have shared with some of you my views that though in our country we are having history of distance education, education, online education system, but when it comes to assessment and examination, we get back to our traditional pen paper mode. Will we be able to assess our students in such a circumstances where like making them sitting together in a room with 50 or 60 students, or even 30 if maintaining social distancing? What is the possibility? And if not, then is there any other way out? If not, then is there any alternative way of assessing our students? And assessment of what? What exactly we do through our examination system? What exactly we wish to assess? Do we assess the competencies? Do we assess the skills that we initially envision, visualize while framing our curriculum document? Are we as teachers remain conscious and aware throughout the teaching learning process about the skills and competencies that are supposed to be developed in our students through the teaching learning process? So are we aware of that? And if we are aware of that, then what are our plans to assess whether in our endeavor of developing in our students the required competencies, the required skills, what are the modes of assessment that could judge the real process of examination, that could judge the real process of development? As teachers, that is the first and foremost responsibility of us, of all all stakeholders. So this is how this idea came up, that what will we be doing? What are the possibilities? We never knew that we would be doing of what we are doing now in this pandemic situation. We never knew our own potential. What happens is we generally don't look at, rather we overlook at our own potential, overlook our own mechanism and nuances of anything that we take up. So we thought to have a platform where people from various geographical locations all over the world could deliberate upon, could ponder over of the possibilities of, based on their own experiences. Some of the best minds of academia are there with us. So in this webinar, those people will be sharing their views with all of us to develop some insight about the possibilities of alternative assessment system. We are not claiming that by this webinar, as an outcome of this webinar, we are going to bring out any miracle or any overnight change, but at least with the available resources, what are the possibilities of making some alternatives, some innovations? We'll have Professor from Perth, Professor Rekha Bhan Kaul. We'll have with us Professor Vanessa Dennen from Florida State University, Professor Tony Werner from Norway, Professor Fauzia from Malaysia, Professor Effendi from Malaysia, Professor Clement from Nigeria. So it would be a mix of the kind of path or the kind of progressions that we are making in the field of education, and their experiences will be clubbed here, and we will try to bring out something. We have with us our keynote speaker, Professor C.V. Sharma, who has made a history in teacher education when he, as a chairperson of National Institute of Open Schooling, paved way to train 1.5 million untrained teachers of India at a time. This is a history, in the context of teacher education, and he made it possible. So we are fortunate to have him with us and he would be sharing his experiences, he would be sharing his vision with us, and thus will benefit us. We have our chief guest, Professor Srikant Mohapatra. He's the Vice Chancellor of Odisha State Open University. He was earlier Registrar Evaluation in Indira Gandhi National Open University, which is the largest in terms of students in the world. And he had steered, Professor Mohapatra had steered, monitored the evaluation process through distance medium. What he sees, what he visualizes, what he envisions, it would be great to hear, listen to him. It would be great when he would be sharing his ideas, his vision, and what can, in Indian typical context, be possible to make any circumstances, be it this pandemic or be it any similar or any type of situation, where with all these experiences, we can formulate certain things, or we can at least develop in ourselves some sense of doing things with innovation, with alternatives. We'll have Professor K. Srinivas, who is training teachers, teacher educators all over India and perhaps in the world with ultra-advanced ICT tools and techniques of instructions, didactics, and evaluation. So it would be great hearing all. We have Professor Amrit Kumar, we have Professor Seema Dhawan, we have Professor Ramakant Mohali. I wish, I do see some ray of hope through this webinar that will certainly come out with good ideas. And I again welcome you all for these 2 days webinar. We'll have, apart from this introductory, this inaugural session and valedictory session, we'll have 4 academic sessions in which our esteemed invited speakers would be sharing their experiences, wisdom, and insights with all of us. I do hope that this webinar will bring out some fruit for all of us. Thank you very much. Over to Dr. Suresh Pal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for the introduction. And as sir said, that this is the responsibility of the teacher educators and particularly the teacher education for all the stakeholders to give full-fledged opportunities for the utmost development of the learner's personality in all possible arenas, and particularly adopting the modes of alternative assessment these days. As learner of education discipline, we are in the transition phase for changing our paradigm from assessment of learning to assessment for learning, and more constructivist domain as assessment as learning, but we yet to achieve our goal for this particular change in our paradigm, our assessment paradigm. So now I would like to request Dr. Srikant Mohapatra, Vice Chancellor, Odisha State Open University, Sambalpur, Odisha. Sir has a long association with IGNOU. He served IGNOU on different positions like Director, Regional Service Division, and Registrar, Student Evaluation Division. We, on behalf of Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Viswavidyalaya, we welcome you, sir, for your views. So now over to Dr. Srikant Mohapatra, sir.
Very good morning to all the distinguished participants in the international webinar on alternative methods of assessment and evaluation in the teacher education program in the country. Let me at the outset congratulate and welcome and greet the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Viswavidyalaya Wardha, Professor Rajneesh Kumar Shuklaji, for his leadership, patronage, and encouragement to the staff and the faculty of the Department of Education to initiate such an webinar. I greet you, sir. I also congratulate the Dean of School of Education, Professor Manoj Kumar ji, Dr. Gopal Krishna Thakur ji, who is the head of the Department of Education in the university, and then the two young faculties, Shreyas Pal Singh and Shilpi Kumari, and all the other faculty members, teachers, staff, and the distinguished participants in this webinar. Now, very interesting topic has been selected, very challenging topic on which I must say there is no consensus at the moment in the country about what should be the proper assessment and evaluation of the students, whether it is teacher education, whether it is general education, whether it is professional education, whether it is medical education, law education, management education, or any sort of education. As has been rightly said in the introductory remarks, we are passing through an unprecedented time. We are all confined to our own houses, and the norms that has been prescribed over the world is social distancing and other sanitation, use of mask, etc., etc. As a result of this, all educational institutions across the world have been closed. Be it a school, be it a college, be it a professional institution, be it a university, they're all closed. And the teaching learning process, the regular teaching learning process has been severely disrupted. In the last 3 months, what we have witnessed in India particularly, and also across the world, is a transitional phase where a desperate attempt has been made by the faculty, by the administrators, to establish a connection between the teacher and the learner. So the first attempt was to establish activity between the teacher and the learner. The second stage of our effort was to engage the learners. And the third phase of our effort is to transact the business, that is teaching learning. So the first is connecting with the teachers and the learners. Second is keeping them engaged after connection. And third is transaction of the teaching learning activities. And most of us are in the third phase now. We are all wondering what would be the next phase. And people say that the next phase should be the assessment and evaluation of the learners. Now, when it comes to teaching learning, connectivity, engagement, transaction of business, we find that people say that rural students are in a disadvantageous position. There is no electricity, there is no connectivity. Many poor students do not have the digital devices for engaging themselves in the teaching learning process. There is lack of training on the part of the teachers. There is lack of orientation on the part of the students to immediately switch over from the traditional method of teaching and learning to a technology mediated method of teaching and learning. But in spite of all these things, all the universities and colleges across the country and outside the world have used technology extensively for interaction with the learners. People say that the human mind has infinite capacity. If you challenge the human mind will come out with innovations, with ideas, with creativity. And exactly that is what is being witnessed today, that when the traditional method has been affected because the institutions have been shut down or closed down, new methods, new ideas have come to the students and teachers for interaction through the use of technology. In Orissa, the government has thrice called meetings of the vice chancellors and of course principals of autonomous colleges to assess the situation and to find alternative mechanisms. I was given the responsibility by the government to prepare a concept note on online education in the state of Orissa. And I prepared a concept note. Before making that concept note public, I had several rounds of discussion with the Commissioner Higher Education and the Vice Chairperson of the Odisha State Higher Education Council and the Minister Higher Education. And all four of us decided that what would be feasible.
शिरीष जी, आपका अगर बोलना है तो माइक हाँ अनम्यूट कर लिया आपने। वो
टेक्निकल इशू की वजह से सर का कनेक्शन हम लोगों से टूट गया है, तो
जस्ट अ मिनट, आप गिरीश किसी को फोन करिए उनको एक बार।
Now is connected.
yes, sir.
Sir, you are connected? हाँ, yeah.
Yeah, got temporarily disconnected because it is heavily raining here. The monsoon rain has started in Orissa. So I switched off my Wi-Fi connection and I am connected with the hotspot now. So am I audible?
Sir, I request you for please speak some loudly because there is some issue of your voice on YouTube. Or keep your mic with your face.
Is it okay now?
सर थोड़ा माइक को अपने पास कर लीजिए ताकि आवाज
श्रीकांत, श्रीकांत, इफ यू हैव अ हेडफोन यूज इट। तुम्हारी आवाज नहीं आ रही है ठीक से, लोग कंप्लेन कर रहे हैं तुम्हारी आवाज नहीं आ रही है श्रीकांत। हेडफोन है तो वो लगा लो, नहीं तो माइक को नजदीक करो।
Mic is very close to me, so I think.
No, but then if you have a headphone, use it.
Right now, I don't have a headphone with
अच्छा
me.
चलो कोई बात नहीं, keep it, continue because people are dropping in webinars. If we delay, we can't retain our viewers.
Okay, fine.
Go ahead.
So I was just telling about the present situation where nobody has an answer to what exactly would be the process of evaluation. When you look around, you find that IIT Bombay has cancelled the examinations because they said that they don't have any mechanism for conducting online examination. There are some institutions who are adopting the PQ method to give declare the result of the final semester or final year students, and so on and so forth. And in Orissa also, we have adopted the same mechanism of giving PQ marks on the basis of the previous 5 semesters or 3 semesters based on their performance. If any student is not satisfied with the result that is declared, they will have another chance for improvement in the month of November, and the results will be declared in the month of December. So there is wide variation. Yadavpur University has one method. Some universities like Rajasthan University, I saw a document today that they have conducted some sort of a online examination. Now, this is the background on which we all discuss about teacher education program in the country. Now, what is the assessment and evaluation method in teacher education program in this country? There are certain parameters. The first parameter is, of course, the continuous and comprehensive evaluation of the students and the end semester examination. Apart from that, there are 3-4 other components. One is the school-based activities of the students. Second is the workshops. In a 2-year B.Ed program, maybe there is one workshop in the first year and one workshop in the second year. Then there are practice teaching. As per the NCTA regulation, practice teaching is to be mandatory. First year maybe 4 weeks, and second year maybe 16 weeks. And there are some sort of projects. So the question arises as to how these things will be conducted in the present scenario and what should be the strategy for the future. I was looking at the internet last night, and I found that the Harvard graduate school has cancelled the teacher education program for the year 2021 because they say that the technology is not adequate enough for admitting the students and carrying out all the necessary requirements for the teacher education program. Now, this is the status of the Harvard graduation school. Now, my question to all the teachers and distinguished panelists here who belong to the Department of Education to think over it and to find out some alternative mechanism. And I have said that human mind cannot be challenged. And once you challenge the human mind, a lot of innovative ideas, creative ideas will definitely come. And since somebody has told me about me that I have handled one of the largest examination system in the world, that is IGNOU examination system, for 6 years. and B.Ed was very, very important in the examination pattern. And fortunately, I had students from across the country in B.Ed program. I have students from Africa. I have students from East Asia. I have students from West Asia and from the Gulf and all over the world. And we used to conduct the examination for all the students in the B.Ed program, including their practice teaching, including their school-based activities, including the workshops and the continuous and comprehensive evaluation, plus the Torment examination. I have some rudimentary ideas which I wanted to share with all the faculty members. But before I say something, please note the draft education policy which the Government of India has made public through its portal, official portal, in the year 2019 has said that integration of technology at all levels of education. And when they say integration of technology at all level of education, they mean integration of technology at teaching, learning, evaluation, integration of technology in teacher capacity building, integration of technology in monitoring and assessment, integration of technology in governance and planning. So the draft education policy talks about technology, preeminent role of technology in teaching, learning, and evaluation. And let us all be prepared for use of technology in an extensive way in the evaluation process. I was just thinking about the few components in the teacher education program where assessment is to be done. Now, all of us, when we analyze the teacher education program, we have the NCTE regulation 2014 before us. We say how it can be done. The NCTE regulation prescribes this number of hours for each of the activities and this number of weeks, this number of days for each of the activities. Now the situation is abnormal. Situation is not normal. So in a situation where it is not normal, we have to adopt an alternative mechanism for evaluation and assessment. I particularly believe that the workshops which are being organized in the first year of the teacher education program and in the second year of teacher education program can easily be conducted and transacted through the online mode. The students can participate. Their participation can be made mandatory because NCT says 90% attendance is mandatory in your practicals and 80% of the attendance is mandatory for the non-practical subjects. So you can ensure 90% and 100% attendance if you organize the workshops in the online mode, the way this webinar is organized. In the same way, the workshops can be organized when the students can participate from their home. It's not a big deal, and that can be organized. The most challenging aspect of this use of technology is the school-based activities. And in the school-based activities, where we analyze whether the students are acquiring the necessary competence and the skills in teaching, that is, whether they have the communication skills, whether they have the analytical skills, whether they have the IT skills, which are essential prerequisites of the teacher education program. I think that can also be analyzed through the online mode. I think many of the schools across the world are now, they are engaged in online teaching. They are using the online platforms for teaching. So if the online platforms are used for teaching, and those teaching learning transactions are being recorded and uploaded on the YouTube. I personally in my own university has uploaded 250 lectures delivered during the period of the pandemic. And I am pretty sure that all the colleges, teacher education colleges and institutions who are conducting these programs online for transaction and the schools who are conducting these programs for their students at the secondary, senior secondary, even elementary and primary levels. These can be used as the platform for assessing the performance of the student teachers in classroom teaching. And these students who are the students of the teacher education program can also upload their teaching lessons, lesson plans, their lectures in the classrooms in the video platforms. And these two teachers sitting over in the university at their own home can comfortably assess. There are two processes of communication in the technology. One is synchronous, the other one is asynchronous. So sometimes this assessment, monitoring, evaluation can be synchronous, and sometimes it can be asynchronous. But technology will be the medium for conducting the school-based activities purely on a virtual mode. And I think personally that that is doable, that can be done. Similarly, as far as your comprehensive and continuous assessments are concerned, I think again technology is available. Dr. C.V. Sharma, my friend from JNU, the former NIOS director, will agree with me that for not many years, IGNOU was also adopting tutor marked assignments and computer marked assignments. There are two types of assignments, internal assignments. One is the tutor marked assignment where long subjective type of answers were expected from the students, and computer marked assignments where objective or MCQ type questions are asked from the students. I am recommending for some sort of a mixed type of evaluation of the assignments of the students, where short questions and multiple choice type questions can be asked in a assessment portal to be maintained by the university. Assessment portal. And I am not in favor of students sending their assignments through email, but if the university or the institution maintains an portal for assessment, the students will be asked not only to upload their assignments, which will consist of objective type and MCQ type questions, and also their school-based activities, their practical-based teaching and learning and other activities in the portal. So a student portfolio is to be maintained by each of the teacher education institutions, where the teachers sitting at their home or at their university, depending on the situation, will assess the performance of the students. Now, as far as the final examination is concerned, I don't want to give any ready-made answer to that, because that is a policy decision to be announced by either the UGC or the NCT or the MHRD or Government of India. Because I personally feel that there has to be a uniform policy which should emerge for the future. What is the alternative method of pen and paper examination? Can it be a proctored examination? I was looking at a document of Rajasthan Central University today, where they say that by use of artificial intelligence, by use of machine learning, by use of cloud computing, they have conducted proctored online examination between 26th of May to 10th of June. But there are many questions in my mind which have remained unanswered through this proctored online examination. So because I have not got the answer to this proctored online examination and a foolproof system of online evaluation, I do not say anything on that. I am waiting for a policy decision from the Government of India for this kind of evaluation. But nevertheless, your comprehensive and continuous evaluation, your online practice teaching, your school-based activities, your workshops are good enough, and the previous semester performance of the students are good enough to assess the performance, overall performance of the students, to declare them as successful pass outs from the educational institution, particularly teacher education institutions. So with these few ideas, I once again thank all the organizers for inviting me to share my thoughts with the very distinguished participants. and I am looking forward to the presentation and the keynote address to be made by my friend Professor C.V. Sharma, so that I learn something from his wide experience. Let me tell you one thing that people have told about his experience of teaching. Giving training to 1.5 million teachers when he was the chairperson of NIOS, but when he was a professor and a program coordinator of the teacher education program in IGNOU, he had adopted innovative methods of teacher education in the state of Bihar and Jharkhand for educating almost 3 lakh teachers in Bihar and more than 1.5 lakh teachers in Jharkhand. I have fresh memories of his extensive use of radio for teacher education program. Lot of innovative ideas are with him. So welcome and thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. As Dr. Srikant Mohapatra said, that in this transition phase, when we are switching over from regular enriching learning mode to online learning mode, now we are connecting with the learners, engaging them in the process of teaching and learning, and transacting teaching and learning activities through online. But still the question of how the learner should be assessed in online learning environment. Your deliberation will definitely show us a path in exploring this phenomena. I again thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking deliberation. Now, I request Professor C.V. Sharma, Professor of Education, Indira Gandhi National Open University, former Chairman, National Institute of Open Schooling, Government of India, for the keynote address. I welcome you, sir. Over to Professor C.V. Sharma.
Thank you very much. Namaskar. At the outset, I must thank the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Rajneesh Shukla, my friend, my younger brother, and a great scholar. My friends Gopalji, Shirishji, and all others faculty members from the School of Education, and definitely Srikant Mohapatra, a long-time friend. We have studied together. We have been friends since college stage. Thank you very much, Srikant, for acknowledging the contributions in Jharkhand, Bihar. You were the director of the student support, and so you remember that. We also had a very innovative program in Tripura, which was completely designed on the request of the Tripura government and was very, very successful. But in academia, the beauty is we disagree with our friends and we remain friends. The topic for today has been alternative assessment and evaluation in teacher education. First, there are no alternatives. There is just one assessment and evaluation, and the objective has to be to prepare good teachers, within quote, worthy of being teachers. It's a very, very difficult thing, very slippery. So I'll have to rake up many issues, practices that we have followed, policies that we have made in India, and assess and evaluate them in the light of global developments. Assessing a teacher to be worthy of being a teacher is a very, very difficult thing. You are assessed as a teacher by your learners, by the parents of the learners, by the employers of your learners, and generally by the society. Unfortunately, we are the most assessed of the profession, because teaching affects, influences every individual. I don't have a prepared lecture, so I'll be talking of stray things, bringing examples from various places. I was just reminded. In Bihar, the teachers were not paid salary for a few months. So they went on a strike and they wanted to have interaction with the chief minister. And I am reminded Lalu Prasad Yadav ji was the chief minister of Bihar. I'm speaking in English, but I'm very conscious that my audiences are from foreign countries, so perhaps some of the examples may not be very understandable. You may not be able to really get the feel of it, but then you have to bear with me. So Lalu Prasad ji, who was the chief minister, he was a master's degree holder and a graduate of law, and he was the head of the government. So he gave an appointment to the teachers at 2 at night, or 2 early morning, 2 o'clock early morning. Why? But anyway, teachers, they went to see him at 2, and he said, okay, teachers, tell me, what do you want? That's why they pleaded their case. And then Laluji said, the chief minister, what do you people do? Here is a chief minister who has a master's degree, who is a graduate in law. I cannot speak even 5 sentences correctly in English. What have you done? And I hold all these degrees. A graduate of law and a master's degree holding was assessing, evaluating the whole teaching community. The society does that every day. We are on very slippery grounds as teachers. We also need to question the society. And that is the job that I am going to do today. Assessing, evaluating teachers worthy to be teachers. Who will assess? A teacher to be worthy. Srikanth has given so many examples. Project work, end semester exam, continuous evaluation, tutor marked assignment, computer marked assignment. There are various methods of assessing. Thanks to Corona, we are all locked up in homes, and on the Indian television, the great epic Mahabharata is being rebroadcast these days. A few days back, the episode where the 5 Pandavas and the Kauravas were under training at the ashram of Dronacharya. Dronacharya was considered to be a great guru, a teacher. I'm bringing in these examples to ultimately prove my point. Who should assess, what should be assessed, and what should be believed to be a fair assessment. So one day, Dronacharya's son, Aswathama, went to him and said, Father, you are biased towards Arjun. He said, how? He is not that great an archer. I am greater than him. And you always assess him better than me. A son is assessing the father teacher. We assess our dearest students and those as well who are not very dear. Although for us, no student is not dear. As a teacher, if we have favorite students, we don't deserve to be teachers. Everybody is equal. So he said, come, let's go and have a test. So he went outside, and he started calling the shishyas, the students one by one. And he said, okay, take your bow and arrow and see, there is a bird on the tree. You have to shoot it. And finally, when you are ready, then he asked, what are you seeing? What can you see? So one after the other said, I can see you, I can see your foot, I can see the tree, I can see the bird, I can see this, I can see that. So finally Arjun came. And he asked Arjun, Arjun, what can you see? He said, Guruji, I can only see the eye of the bird, because you have asked me to shoot at the eye of the bird. He said, done. The exam is over. Then he went, asked his son, do you see the difference in answer? Here is a student who can see only the eye of the bird, what I had asked to shoot. So he can get the question right because he is a great student. What I want to conclude is not that Arjun could only see the eye of the bird and that's why he was great, because this teacher knew how to assess his students. And he had the liberty, the autonomy, the freedom to assess the way he wanted. And the world trusted him. Trust your teachers and they would be great assessors, evaluators. Trust them, their grading, and they would be great teachers. We today know Finland is at the top of schooling. During the 70s, it was lagging behind and the school education in Finland was in bad shape. They completely revamped, rethought over it, and the teacher education was sort of put in a very innovative mode. What did they do? They said those who have competencies in teaching must be selected, who have teaching competency. 1. 2, they must be given freedom to teach and assess the way they want. Although it's not always very good to mention about your visit, I had the privilege of being invited. I didn't visit. I was invited by Finnish government to suggest them on how to develop cooperation, collaboration globally. So I visited their schools. And this is a very important thing. That's why I'm sharing with you. I went to the Department of Education, schools, the university department, the government department, and they, from school to school, department to department, everywhere they said the teacher has the freedom to decide on how one would transact the curriculum, how one would assess, and the teacher finally assesses and gives a certificate or the marks, the grades. I am an Indian. I have read so many reports. I have been hearing on my bosses, I will call them bosses, because if you have to survive in academia in India, you must call the bosses the bosses. What we have been told, we have decided on this, please do this. On a lighter note, I'll say, Mahapatra ji decides, Srikant decides as director of evaluation, C.B. Sharma, I have decided the students will be assessed like this, you better go and do like this. So we do it, he's the boss. On a lighter note, Srikant. So when I went to the schools there, and they said teacher can do this, teacher can do that, and I had a very normal question as an Indian, and if the teacher doesn't do that, the teacher is assigned to teach, whether in classroom, outside, and then once one has finished the syllabus, one will test and give the grade, and that is final. Nobody will reassess. Nobody will re-examine. Nobody will revisit. Nobody will ask the teacher how and why. So every time I ask this question, and I ask this question to many, many people there in the school, that I ask the teacher, I ask the principal, I ask the officials. And every time there was a blank face on me. But why will the teacher not teach? That's the job. They have decided, they have accepted, they have agreed. And I ask myself, why will the teacher teach? If one is given the salary, if one is only to please the bosses, why will one teach? Because the assignment is to please the bosses, to comply with the rules and norms, and not to teach. Then one would comply with the norms. One will fill the forms. One will keep the records straight. Because that is the assignment of a teacher. What are you assessing me for? I'm also a teacher. I'm being assessed. I must be assessed. So what do you assess me for? During the corona, we are asked to fill up our progress or assignment. Oh my God. It's getting overheated. I'm afraid it may switch off because it's getting overheated. So,
Due to some technical error, sir is about to rejoin. We are waiting, sir, to rejoin. झुंझुन करके हो सकता है मैडम का हो. Sir, we welcome you again. Sir, please unmute yourself. Please unmute your.
हाँ शिरीष जी.
Yeah, now it is okay, sir.
हाँ हाँ, sorry, actually I get charged up when I speak on such topics, and so my phone gets overheated.
Oh, no issue, sir. No issue.
So,
We again welcome
who
you.
am I? Who am I trying to please? Who am I answerable to? In teacher assessment, what am I supposed to do? There are forms and there are norms which I have to follow, and there are forms to be filled up. So I comply with that. Leave it to teachers. The best schools, the best systems of schooling, the Finnish, the Norwegian, and I believe there is an expert from Norway speaking who would be speaking. I had occasion to meet experts from Norway when I was in Sweden as a resident scholar. The complete onus is on the teacher. Last 2-3 days, I tried to contact a couple of my colleagues, teachers from various departments. I asked a university teacher, I have to speak on alternative assessment and evaluation teacher education. What would you expect? And the answer I got, we get many theoretical lectures. Please give us some tools. How can we assess? The answer was clear. The teacher has no ideas. The teacher wants a ready-made tool on which one can assess. What I want is, give me the freedom, give me the autonomy, let me be with my teachers, let me teach them, let me assess them, and trust my assessment. We must trust our teachers. When Dronacharya was questioned by his own son, he had to give proof. When we would be asked by our society, by our whoever, we will have to answer, and we must answer. And if we are able to answer which is convincing, only then assessment would be accepted. I asked 2 school principals, what should I speak on assessment? What is your understanding? And the answer I got was that teachers who come to our school to become teachers are absolutely raw. They know nothing. We have to completely reorient. I do this, I do this, I do this. And they had a complete list which was not really exactly expected of a teacher. I was told we give them lessons in communication, we give them lesson in speaking. They cannot stand up in a classroom and speak. Even the principal did not know what was expected of a teacher. By my questions, I was assessing these experts, principals, teachers, whether they are worthy of being assessors. Do we know the job? I think what we are trying to answer through our seminar now is, who are we preparing and what are we preparing them for? The industry says our graduates, either technical graduates or university graduates, are not worthy of the degree they hold. They are not employable. Although when globally people are, or Indian graduates are said, I contest it, because how is it that our IIT graduates are not employable, but they are the best graduates of the world? That's a different question. But then, if industry in India says that our engineering graduates are not employable, they do not know, perhaps we are not properly trained. What is our role and how should we do it? I think in another 10 minutes I'll finish, Sinesh ji, is that okay? Or
Yes,
do
sir.
I have more
It's
time?
okay. Okay,
Fine,
sir.
because you have time till 12:30, and in fact I would like to take questions because I raise issues and I would like to answer questions.
Okay, sir.
In education, introducing a change is easy. Withdrawing that change or initiative is impossible. Let me repeat the word, impossible. I'll give you an example. There are 2 systems which are often compared, the Finnish system, the American system. Americans are too eager to introduce change. They make quick changes because they have different states, and states have the freedom, the autonomy to experiment and change. So they keep making changes. There's a brilliant book. I will request all my viewers to read this book. This is available online. Freakonomics by Levitt. Go to the Google, write this. It is very easy to introduce change. From next year, we will not have tutor marked assignment, we will have computer marked assignment. So you switch over to it and you make all questions objective type, some answer yes, no, or 1, 2, 3, 4, and you try to go back to a written test and you will have so much resentment. Look at CBSE. You introduce change, students are getting 90, 95, 99. Go back from this and you will have resistance from the country. So, there's a very good example in Freakonomics. There was a child care center. I'm mentioning this because this is very, very interesting. There was a child care center and parents would sometimes come late at the end of the day to pick up the child. So the childminder had to wait, and parents felt very guilty, and every day they apologize, sorry ma'am, sorry this happened, traffic. But the child care center was always under pressure. So they said, why not introduce a fine? If parents come 15 minutes late, they would be charged $15. If they come 30 minutes late, they will be charged $50 and things like that. So they introduced a change, a fine for latecomers. Once that was done, parents would come invariably half an hour late. Now, previously, parents were under pressure, moral obligation to come at 5 to pick up the child. Now, they came at 5:30, paid $50 and said, thank you very much. The job of the childminder became half an hour extra. She lost the last train every day to her hometown and she had to take a taxi and all that. They reviewed the decision, then said, no, we'll go back and we'll stick to the previous quarter. Why did the parents come half an hour late every day? Because the father of the child was playing golf or tennis, because golf is more expensive, that's why golf. And for half an hour he was paying $100. If he left half an hour before, he lost $100. So he said, let me make use of that full money there and we'll pay $50 here. What's the problem? So they said, no, we have withdrawn the fine, you'll have to come in time. When they withdrew, every father, every parent resented. They said, no, you have a good system of fining. You have already introduced a fine, please stick to it. And the child care center had to have extra caretakers who would come at 5 and stay till 5:30 for all the late remaining children. I will only say in passing, the University Grants Commission introduced API for publication. We had thousands of new journals come up in India and started publishing articles. What's not the paper on which they were printed. You introduced a change or a new initiative that if you have a foreign publication, you will get more points. You have millions of German publishers in offices in Delhi who publish papers and books for a payment. Go and read these books and publications from Germany by Indian authors, worth nothing. Can you go back from it? You have corrupted a whole system. In education, assessment is the most difficult thing. Don't make very quick changes. Don't make very good changes. I will send you a small video of the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. Gopal ji, please broadcast it during the break. He understands the importance of teacher and the value. What he has said, please share with all your participants. But for the moment, I will only quote the German President, Merkel. Who prepares your doctors? Who prepares your scientists? Who prepares your teachers? The teachers do that. Give them respect. Trust them. We are the least trusted of the lot. We are the least trusted. Trust us. I am reminded the Honorable Sar Sanchalak Krishna Gopal ji was delivering a memorial lecture for my mother, Shanti Sharma Memorial Lecture. It is available on the net. And he said a very important thing. Don't put attendance on your teachers. You have biometric for your teachers. You have teacher tracking devices. Don't do that. The day you start doing that, your teachers will find a way out to subvert it. They are the most intelligent of the lot. Trust teachers, trust their evaluation, and let them do it. Do we not understand who is our best student? We understand that. But we have to make all documents to prove that we are worthy of it and we are worthy of assessing, and trust my assessment. I say this child is capable of doing this, he or she is brilliant, you start questioning. Because he is son of X, he is this, he is my nephew, that's why I'm saying. Trust your teachers, do it for a couple of years, and they would become worthy of it. Go back to your American example. We have three things, three incentives in life: financial, social, and moral. We get money for doing something, we do it. We get recognition in the society, so we do it. And we have moral obligation. What I'm saying is not really something which will be converted into a law, but then this is how a nation will change. The moral obligation is the highest. If the nation starts saying, how could a teacher do this? We expect policemen to take bribe, to give bribe. But if a teacher takes bribe, teacher gives bribe, shout at it, make it an issue. How can a teacher bribe? You will have to change a nation. Only then assessment would change. The whole morality of a nation will have to change. The Ram knew his wife was perfect. She was a goddess. But to prove to the society, he had to bend. Because he was being assessed as a king and he has to pass that test. Whether how Sita was treated is a separate thing which we can discuss and come to a conclusion later. But then Ram was a worthy student. He was giving a test of morality to the society. Do that with your teachers. Without that you cannot do. In Finland, 15 out of 100 who appear for the admission test to become teacher get admission. 15% is the pass out rate for becoming a teacher assessment test. They are not the best paid in Finland, but they are most revered, most respected. The German Chancellor says, trust teachers, respect them because they change your lives. What have you ever found an Indian politician saying that? If you start telling us, the teachers, we trust you. We trust you. We trusted you, and how could you do this? Your graduate, your certified student is not worthy of something that you have certified for. We will be very cautious. There are many, many examples and many, many reports and ideas. And Srikanth mentioned, I will also agree that out of all these, we have to come to some conclusion, decide on certain things. But my final word would be, assessment is a very, very subjective thing and a slippery thing. It can be done by only those who are very worthy of doing it. Only the teachers. So, we cannot really find a solution to assessment during pandemic. Assessment will always be universally, eternally, beyond time, be the same. It has been mentioned again and again. I had the privilege of being the chairman of the National Institute of Open Schooling. I will share some of the examples. I'm exceeding my time, but then I think it will be important. A large number of parents came to me who had differently able children, deaf, blind, autistic, learning disability. And every time I used to meet these parents and children, I used to get very emotional. And I would thank God. God gave me that opportunity to chair a board. So I would always ask parents, what do you want? How do you want your child to be assessed? What flexibility you want? Because we were a flexible board. We are a flexible board there in NIOS. So they would tell me everything. And parents sometimes have that weakness that please permit my child to do this or that. We also had a provision. We made this provision of the child, the examiners, the evaluators going to the house of an autistic child. Every time I said one thing. At the end of the day, my certificate must be awarded to a child who is worthy of it. I will give you all flexibility. Study home, evaluation at home, examination at home, practical at home, but the child will have to rise up to the occasion and be worthy of the certificate that NIOS will award. You have to be very clear, very objective, rather curt. I won't take names. I had ministers as my student, children of ministers. They were very upset. I couldn't oblige, but I could realize after a long time, they came back to me and said, you are worthy of the job you have done. Assessment is very difficult. Everybody wants a quick degree, a quick certificate. Leave it to the teachers. If they are worthy of it, they'll be able to do it. A hearing impaired child asked me, and I've quoted this many times, I'll do it again here. A hearing impaired child asked me a question in Raipur. You write your exam in English and Hindi. And this is for all those who are interested today and hearing me. You write your exam in English or Hindi. These are not my languages. Why am I forced to write the exam in your language? I had become chairman only a few months back, and it came to me as a shock. I said, yes, you don't know English, Hindi. You talk in sign language. What should be done? I'm a linguist. I'm a linguist by training. I could immediately see that sign language is a language. Why can we not test the child in sign language? I came back to Delhi, called my staff, called my colleagues, and said, what can be done? And I came up with a solution. We converted all the material in sign language and said, put up a camera, put the questions in sign language, let the child select the question that he or she would like to answer and start signing. Let the camera be on. At the end of 3 hours, that CD will be packed and sent to an examiner in other part of the country to assess whether the child has actually answered the question. What am I trying to do? What am I assessing? I'm assessing for the learning. And am I able to do it? If I'm able to do it, the board has justified itself. There are various methods. We had examined the government of Odisha higher education. Shrikant, you were saying that you are asked to write a report. I have already done that. I did it in 2015. I was studying the Odisha higher education scenario, and we gave a report on higher education through the World Bank. Please refer to it. Examination, evaluation in all states is in bad shape, but Odisha had very good things. It had online assessment. The copies were scanned and sent to an examiner in other part of the country who would be sitting there, or in another part of the state who would not even know who is this learner. Similar thing has been done by Pune University. And I will end by quoting the online exam, on-demand exam of the NIOS. I think a month or perhaps 45 days, a month back, the Honorable Minister had declared the 1st July we will start the CBSE exam. The CBSE is going ahead with the preparation, and I had tweeted, it's too early to say that we'll have the CBSE exam on 1st July. Somebody wrote on the Twitter, Professor Sharma, are you not irritating the minister by contesting what he is saying? I said, that's my job. That's my job. And I quoted Sundarkand, Doha 37, which I keep quoting, Sachiv Vaidya Guru Teen Jo, Bolahi Priya Bhayas, Raj Dharma Tantir Kar, Hoyahi Vegahinas. Minister has given a date as 1st July. The director AIIMS has said we will be at the peak of corona in July. How are we going to hold the exam? Why are we declaring dates? I must say the minister today, because history will assess me whether I stood up to my occasion, my job. Let us wait and watch how do exams take place on 1st July. Maharashtra has already said no. शिक्षक का काम ही यही है. मेरे पास एक विद्यार्थी आता है और कहता है कि सर मुझे पीएचडी करा दीजिए. मैं देख सकता हूं आर पार कि वो कर नहीं सकता है. कहना पड़ता है हमको, नहीं, जाओ पढ़ के आना. और भारतीय वाङ्मय में तमाम ऐसे उदाहरण हैं. हमको दूसरों से पूछने की क्या जरूरत है? प्रश्नोपनिषद पढ़िए. पिप्पलाद के पास जाते हैं, कहते हैं कि मैं आपका शिष्य बनना चाहता हूं. उसने कहा कि आपने ये तय कैसे कर लिया कि आप मेरे शिष्य बन सकते हैं, या आपको ये पता कैसे चला कि मैं आपका गुरु बन सकता हूं? आओ एक साल तक हम साथ रहते हैं और तब तुम तय करना कि मैं तुम्हारा गुरु हो सकता हूं कि नहीं, और मैं तय करूंगा कि तुम मेरे शिष्य हो सकते हो कि नहीं. असेसमेंट कोई 1 मिनट की चीज नहीं है. ये बोरो करने की भी चीज नहीं है, ये कॉपी करने की भी चीज नहीं है. इस पर बिल्कुल नए तरीके से भारत को सोचना पड़ेगा. और जिस विषय को मैंने नहीं छुआ है, ये महंगा है. आप मुझे 500 बच्चे एक साथ दे देते हैं, इनको एसेस करके 3 दिन में बता दीजिए, 15 दिन में बता दीजिए. श्रीकांत जी डायरेक्टर थे और बड़े स्ट्रिक्ट डायरेक्टर थे कि भैया स्कूल ऑफ एजुकेशन को 800 कॉपियां भेज दी गई, आप तुरंत जांच के दे दीजिए. रात भर में जांचना है, क्या करेंगे? मेरा ये मानना होगा, मेरा कहना होगा कि असेसमेंट इवैल्यूएशन बहुत ही संगीन चीज है और ये लोगों का जीवन बदलता है. ये उनके जीवन को नहीं, उनके माध्यम से हजारों जीवन को प्रभावित करता है. हमको इसके बारे में सीरियसली सोचना चाहिए. और ये एक दिन में तय नहीं होगा, पैंडेमिक में तय नहीं होगा, कोविड-19 इसको तय नहीं करेगा. ये एक लंबा चलने वाली चीज है. और अगर देश को बदलना है, हमारी शिक्षा पद्धति को ठीक करना है, हम चाहते हैं कि 2030 2040 का भारत एक अलग भारत हो, तो मैं ये कह के खत्म करूंगा, वापस जाओ अपने वाङ्मय में. देखो कैसे गुरु अपने शिष्यों को एसेस करता था. आप कहेंगे कि छोटा था, 5, 10, 15, 50 बच्चे होते थे तो इससे ज्यादा असेसमेंट एक टीचर अच्छे से कर भी नहीं पाएगा। लेकिन आपकी चर्चा और आपका समाधान उसी के इर्द गिर्द निकलेगा। आप फिनलैंड का मॉडल ला करके भारत में लगाते हैं और वो चलता नहीं है। हमको असेसमेंट के लिए बिल्कुल नए तरीके से सोचना पड़ेगा। वो 1-to-1 होना ही होगा और बिल्कुल एक्सटेंसिव असेसमेंट होना होगा, क्विक नहीं हो सकता है। I know what my friends ask, that please give us solution, some tool through which we can assess. This is not a magic wand which I can give you and you will find solution. No. We must take evaluation very seriously. At the end, I have not reflected on many organizations which have the responsibility, but then the National Council for Teacher Education and the National Council for Educational Research and Training for School Assessment and Evaluation have not really done good job. We need to reassess them, revisit them, and find and come up with new norms and procedures, especially keeping the teacher center stage. Only then we'll have a solution to good assessment and evaluation of teachers, and a country will change. Gopal ji, Rajneesh bhai, Sirish ji, and all my colleagues, thank you very much for taking up this issue. I'm sure during the 2 days that you are discussing, you will come up with many new ideas, which you must recommend. Rajneesh ji, I know, can really shake government, can make about a difference, a change in the government. He can influence the government. So take your recommendations very meticulously, think carefully about the nation and give your recommendation. This can be a game changer for the country. Thank you very much once again for inviting, and I hope some of the ideas that I have shared will be appreciated and be discussed. Thank you very much. Thank you. Namaskar.
Sir, should we take some questions now? Or
Yes.
wait
No,
for-
no. Anytime. I am on the platform, so don't feel free. I am here. So if you want to take the questions at the end of the session, I am good. If you want to take it now, I am okay.
If you take after this inaugural session, that will be okay,
Yeah.
sir?
Fine. I am good. I am here. I'll be with you.
Okay, sir. Then we will take some questions. We have some questions. Then we will take some question after this session. We will start next session. Then we will start with the questions taken to this Professor C.V. Sarma. And Professor C.V. Sarma, sir has raised a very vital question: how to assess a teacher to be worthy for being a teacher. This is a question of utmost importance and thoughtful reflections among the educationists, teacher educators, and education policymakers to frame practical guidelines for comprehensive assessment of the prospective teachers as well as in-service teacher, both in face-to-face and online mode. Sir, we are thankful to you, sir, for your enlightening discussion on the theme. You will be with us today and tomorrow in the next session also. So we again thankful to you. Now, I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Rajneesh Kumar Shukla, sir, for his presidential address in this inaugural ceremony. Over to Professor Rajneesh Kumar Shukla, Vice Chancellor, Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya.
Very good morning to all. And this is the occasion when I'm feeling very shy, because the assessment and evaluation is a very technical part, very important part of the education system. And two very learned scholars of education, Professor Mahapatra, Vice Chancellor, Odisha State Open University, and my elder brother, and a person of excellence in field of education, not only as an academician, but as practitioner also, who has created a history in the process of teachers education, teachers training. Dr. Gopal Krishna Thakur, my friend, my friend Sri Singh, and the scholars of the field. It's very difficult for myself to say something as a presidential remark on deliberations which were held today in this very inaugural session, because I'm not the person of the field, but being a teacher, I always tried to understand our evaluation process. As an evaluator of the answer books, several times I make self-dialogue, whether it is objective evaluation, is it the right process to assess the learning of a student? The entire categorical process of evaluation of the answer books, which is very much objectified, is not a genuine process to assess the comprehension level of a student and even process of learning. The outcome is not a objective thing as so far in the education is concerned, but outcome is something critical objective, and a critical objectivity is a very complex phenomenon. This is neither pure subjectivity nor the objective creation. So it's difficult to assess the process of learning, process of education, level of the comprehension through our routine way of evaluation. So we try to create a continuous assessment evaluation process, and several times it was suggested and prescribed by the different bodies. The schools, colleges, universities should evolve the method of the continuous assessment and evaluation. But it's difficult to practice this. The large number of the students are one type of the problem to use this continuous assessment method. Different levels of the students, they are coming from the different social milieus, from different social categories, and level of understanding and comprehension varies from one segment to another segment. And very equity of the numbers of the teacher is also a problem. These are our rather eternal problem in our education system. So today I'm not going to discuss these things, and but I hope in this 2-day seminar we will discuss these things also. But my problem and a question which is raised by different education administrators. How do we evaluate, how do we take examination in present pandemic situation, when classes are not possible, when offline examination is not possible, the only way to go to online, but we never tried to train a student to answer the questions and to describe his knowledge through online mode. These are the basic questions. One thing. Another thing, if whole classroom teaching was disrupted, somehow we tried to continue education through different pseudo online modes. Though these education, these all efforts are not the online education efforts, but we tried somehow just to engage the students. This was not a process of education, but this was somehow it was an attempt to engage the student to support them from this pandemic situation and create a mental boost up to them to face the situation. This is one thing. Another thing is somehow we can evaluate through some questions whether the objective or descriptive does not matter. But is it possible to assess the quality of the student? Is it possible to assess the level of the comprehension and understanding of the student? Is it possible to create the creativity in a student? These are the questions, though these questions are exhaustively already dealt in the keynote address. But still we have to search out the question. We have to search out some sort of solution for this current situation and for our long-time education process also for the coming days. For coming days, we can utilize the blended technology for the education, evaluation and assessment is impossible. But the present time, especially at very time, when a certain type of chaos in entire academia, I hope this webinar will create a light of hope to understand, to evolve, or to take few steps towards the evaluation and assessment of the students of the current academic session, because this pandemic of corona will go along. If entire world is trying to live with corona, with this virus, the educationist of nation should also try to evolve a method of education, method of evaluation, assessment in the period of Corona, in the period of this pandemic. This is the main objective of this webinar, and I'm glad, not happy only, but I'm glad that both the inaugurator of this webinar and the keynote addresser of the seminar, both are the one among the best possible experts of nation, and they have enlightened us. They have raised several questions, and as we are assured by Professor C.V. Sharma ji, he will be with us for entire 2 days. Then he will guide us, and ultimately tomorrow evening somehow we will try to formalize something concrete, something path-breaking and useful for our recent time. With this, I'm extending my thanks to all the participants, especially Professor Mahapatra, Professor Sharma, and our friends, Dr. Thakur and Dr. Sirish Singh. I'm thankful to Professor Seema Dhawan also, and she accepted to be in this webinar for all 2 days. I'm thankful to all the participants and chairmen and speakers of the different sessions. Hope this webinar will create something fruitful for academia, for examination and assessment. Thank you to all. मैंने राइट टाइम खत्म कर दिया है।
जी सर जी सर थैंक यू सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। ये सारा आपके निर्देशन में ही इतना बढ़िया हो रहा है सर।
Thank you so much, sir, as you are the key and motivation for holding this webinar, and we hope we will try our best for making some deliberation and outcomes for framing suitable guidelines for alternative assessment. And again, we are thankful to you, sir. Now, I request my colleague, my younger colleague, Dr. Silpi Kumari, coordinator of this seminar, for formal thanks to all the dignitaries. Welcome, ma'am.
श्री सर, मुझे धन्यवाद ज्ञापन हेतु आमंत्रित करने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत आभार। आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। It gives me immense pleasure to propose vote of thanks on this auspicious occasion. First of all, I would like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Rajneesh Kumar Shukla ji, for his enlightening and inspiring presidential address on this occasion. आपके निरंतर मार्गदर्शन एवं संरक्षण में यह विश्वविद्यालय उत्तरोत्तर प्रगति कर रहा है। यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वेबिनार इसी का एक परिणाम है। थैंक यू सो मच सर फॉर बीइंग विद अस। इसी क्रम में मैं शिक्षा विद्यापीठ तथा विश्वविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से इस कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि प्रोफेसर श्रीकांत मोहापात्रा जी तथा कीनोट स्पीकर प्रोफेसर सीबी शर्मा जी के प्रति हार्दिक धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करती हूँ। Because of your gracious presence and insightful deliberations, This program has been set out at an excellent pace. Your reflective thoughts about the theme of the webinar will be continuously guiding us in our future endeavors as teacher educator and to work with right spirit and high enthusiasm. मैं इसी क्रम में शिक्षा विद्यापीठ के अधिष्ठाता डीन स्कूल ऑफ एजुकेशन प्रोफेसर मनोज कुमार जी के प्रति हार्दिक धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करती हूँ। अब आपने अपने ओजस्वी वक्तव्य द्वारा हमारा उत्साहवर्धन किया। आपका वक्तव्य हमेशा हमें आगे बढ़ने की प्रेरणा प्रदान करता रहेगा। थैंक यू सो मच सर फॉर बीइंग विद अस। इसी क्रम में मैं शिक्षा विभाग के अध्यक्ष, इस वेबिनार के निदेशक तथा स्कूल ऑफ एजुकेशन प्रोजेक्ट के समन्वयक डॉक्टर गोपाल कृष्ण ठाकुर तथा शिक्षा विभाग के सब प्रोफेसर और इस कार्यक्रम के आयोजन सचिव डॉक्टर शिरीष पाल सिंह जी के प्रति आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ। आपने अपने अथक प्रयासों से इस कार्यक्रम को मूर्त स्वरूप प्रदान किया है। हम सभी संकाय सदस्यों को इस कार्यक्रम के माध्यम से अकादमिक संवर्धन का सुनहरा अवसर प्रदान किया है। आपका बहुत बहुत आभार। कहते हैं, behind every successful academic program lie the manifold attempts of committed faculty members. Let me take a moment to acknowledge their immense contribution into organization of this webinar. Thank you so much, our colleagues, for your wonderful support. मैं इस अवसर पर विशेष रूप से इस कार्यक्रम के प्रभावी संचालन हेतु तकनीकी निर्देशन प्रदान कर रहे लीला विभाग के प्रभारी श्री गिरीश चंद्र पांडे जी, श्री अंजनी कुमार राय जी तथा तकनीकी सहायक समूह के अन्य सभी सदस्य, राजदीप जी, मीडिया कवरेज कर रहे मेरे साथी तथा शिक्षा विभाग और विश्वविद्यालय के विभिन्न विद्यार्थियों और शोधार्थियों के प्रति आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ, जिनके साथ के बिना, जिनके सहयोग के बिना ऐसे कार्यक्रमों के आयोजन की कल्पना भी नहीं की जा सकती। Thank you for your consistent support. Last but not the least, I would like to thank the participants of this webinar, without whom this program cannot be a program. In fact, you have chosen this program as an important and meaningful endeavor in your academic journey. Thank you so much for being with us. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to thank each and everyone who has been associated with this webinar, directly or indirectly. Thank you all to be a part of this inaugural session. Thank you. Over to you, Shireesh Pal, sir.
थैंक यू डॉक्टर शिल्पी। अब मैं आग्रह करूंगा माननीय कुलपति महोदय से कि इस उद्घाटन सत्र के संपूर्ति की अनुमति मुझे प्रदान करें। आदरणीय कुलपति महोदय।
शिरीष जी, हमको लगता है रजनीश भाई लॉग आउट कर चुके हैं। उनका वो माइक्रोफोन तो ऑफ दिख ही रहा है।
जी सर, तो माननीय कुलपति महोदय की अनुमति से
हैं, रजनीश भाई बैठे हैं, उनका माइक
आई एम हियर।
यस, अरे आप सुनने की अपेक्षा है, थोड़ा दार्शनिक लेवल पर कुछ सुनाए आप तो बढ़िया होगा। रजनीश भाई बोले और असेसमेंट पर भारतीय परिप्रेक्ष्य न हो तो मजा नहीं आएगा।
कल करेंगे वैसा, आपका आदेश है तो कल करेंगे।
अरे आदेश नहीं है, आग्रह विद्वानों को। ठीक है, कल इंतजार रहेगा।
सर, आपकी अनुमति से इस सेशन के संपूर्ति की घोषणा मैं करना चाहता हूं।
अगला सत्र प्रारंभ करिए।
जी, धन्यवाद सर। We have our next speakers with us, Dr. Professor Tony Berner, Professor Clement, and Professor Effendi. So for the next session, I request Dr. Sarika Rai Sharma and Dr. Suhasini Bajpayee, please coordinate the session. Over to you, Dr. Sarika and Dr. Suhasini.
Good afternoon, all. I, Sarika Rai Sharma, Assistant Professor, Mahatma Gandhi, Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalay, Wardha, Maharashtra, would like to welcome you all on the behalf of our university to the first technical session on alignment of assessment with curriculum, the context of language teaching. In this two-day international webinar on alternative assessment and evaluation in teacher education. As has been already discussed in our inaugural session, that assessment has always been an integral part of education, and especially in this pandemic situation, there is an utmost requirement to ponder upon various innovative ways of assessment. And hence, today we will try to deliberate upon certain alternative assessment techniques during this session with the help of our esteemed speakers. Now, I would like to welcome the Honorable Chairperson of the session, Professor Seema Dhawan from Hemwati Nandan Bahuguna University, Garhwal, and the respected speakers, Professor Tony Berner from University of Southeastern Norway, Dr. Mohammad Effendi, Assistant Dean, Quality Assurance and Strategy, Faculty of Education, University of Kabazgan, Malaysia, and Professor Clement Colwall, Faculty of Education, University of Ibadan, Nigeria. Good afternoon to all the speakers and our chairperson. Before inviting the first speaker to present his views, I would like to give a brief introduction of our chairperson, Professor Seema Dhawan, who has 25 years of research and teaching experience and has 6 years of administrative experience. She has done double PhD, respectively, in forestry and education. She has supervised more than 65 students for dissertation and PhD works. She has also published 3 books and 21 chapters in different books, along with 127 papers in national and international journals. She has also developed 30 psychological tools and 7 programmed instructional materials. She has also delivered 115 lectures as a resource person at various national and international forums. She has a specialization in education for sustainable development and educational technology and research. Thank you, ma'am, for your gracious presence with us in this session. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Professor Tony Berner, Professor, Language and Literature Studies, University of Southeastern Norway, Drammen, Norway. Professor Berner has done his PhD in English education. He has 17 years of teaching experience and has published more than 30 papers in reputed journals. He has presented papers in more than 16 conferences and is a peer reviewer of 11 journals. He has more than 100 newspaper articles, radio and TV interviews on topics related to professional tasks such as diversity in schools, assessment, the subject area English, freedom of speech in academia, the role of mother tongue in language learning, Bedre School, Lektorbladet, Chrono, Aftenposten, NRK, Dagsnytt 18, VG, Dagbladet, Dagsavisen, Drammens Tidende, Utadin Sin are some of the media platforms where Professor Berner has contributed feature articles and interviews. Sir, I request you to present your views on online assessment and its alignment with teacher education curriculum. Over to Professor Tony Berner. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me well? Sound is okay?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Yes.
very much,
Very good. Let me try to share my screen. Now Now the screen is supposed to be shared with you. Is it?
Are able to see that.
Yeah.
You are able to see it.
Yeah.
Very good.
Legible now.
Very good. Thank you for the very nice presentation. Good morning from Norway. It's morning here. It's 9 a.m. and good afternoon in India. I guess it's around 12:30. First of all, I'd like to thank you for this invitation to such an important webinar. I was first contacted by Dr. Sirish Singh and later by Dr. Gopal Krishna Thakur, who I also received a formal invitation from, which asks for a lecture on online assessment and its alignment with teacher education curriculum, lasting around 30 minutes before time for 10 to 15 minutes questions and comments. There is someone who should mute their microphone. Thank you. Educational institutions around the world are increasingly using online teaching and assessment, particularly since the beginning of the corona pandemic. Every institution has started doing so. At my own university, all classes and all assessments from March to June have been online only. In July and partly August, we'll have our summer holidays. And when we start up in September, we really don't know how the corona pandemic situation is. Consequently, we plan for both physical and online teaching, but all assessments will be online, since students need to know already now how the assessment system will work next semester. And we can promise them only online assessment already now. We cannot promise them any type of physical assessment, like in classroom written assignments. So all written and oral assessments next semester will be online only. What we see is that the teacher education curriculum, and I'm sure this is the case in India and other places too, is highly dynamic and adaptable. Within the curriculum, we can offer online assessments that fulfill the objectives of the curriculum. So I'll start with a short presentation of myself, which was very well done before I also talked, and my work within this field before conceptualizing and addressing the title that was given to me. As was mentioned, I'm a full professor of English education in Norway, where I've worked the last 17 years, both in middle school, high school, and teacher education. My PhD was on formative assessment of writing in English classes in middle school. I have quite a lot of experience with classroom assessment and writing assessment as part of research and development projects. So there is one project I focus on specifically for this lecture. From 2017 to 2019, I was involved in a project on online assessment in teacher education, together with another university in Norway, which I'll come back to later. I have also taught online courses from 2008 to 2012, and now in the year of pandemic, I have brushed dust off my online teaching skills. Also, for the first time in my career, I conducted summative assessment online. That is the end of year oral exams for student teachers of English. It was a very interesting experience. Usually, students wait before they are called in for a 30-45 minute examination. They travel to campus, wait, have the oral exam, and then travel back home. Usually, 1 day is spent on oral exams for each student. While when we did this online, each student could spend only the actual exam time, 30 to 45 minutes, and nothing more. They could choose where in their house, they would sit, comfortable in the sofa, in a chair, yes, even in their bed, as long as the technical equipment worked well. We used Zoom for the exams. I also talked with Dr. Gopal earlier, and I know that you have used Zoom before, which is very, very good for online assessments. So I'm sure that many of you are familiar with this platform, which also has a waiting room function, just like we have here in Google Meet, where I ask to join and then you let me in. So students can wait there to be called into the exam room, and they also can wait there while the examiners discuss a grade and feedback. Okay, so this brings me over to online assessment. Let us start by taking a closer look at the first keyword in the title of the lecture, online assessment. What I say is that students need to be familiarized with online assessment. They need to be active producers of content during online assessment. We cannot take anything for granted, and we can definitely not take for granted that students are native users of technology, which is quite big of a myth, I would say. I'll come back to that. One of the main principles of online assessment should be that students are familiarized with, as I said. Several studies show that students seem to be passive consumers of information, passive users of online tools, rather than active producers of content. The alignment of online assessment with the curriculum depends very much on the following question. How can students be active producers of content through online assessment? Thus, students also need to be aware of the pedagogical, not just the practical aspect of digital tools. This is an article I'm writing with colleagues from the other university in Norway on the project, so it's in press, not yet published. And I quote Westhuizen here saying, whilst traditional pen and paper represent two-dimensional questions, online assessments can incorporate digital features such as audio, video, animation, and innovative item types. Apparently, online assessment versus paper and pen assessment allows not only for e-portfolios or easier scoring systems, for example, for essays, but also for educational online games, blogging, and wiki building, where students co-create texts like the way Wikipedia works. It allows collaboration and creativity. But there is one thing here I always hear colleagues say when we use online assessment. I'm sure also you're thinking about that. Also, when we did our summative online assessments this semester, some of my colleagues mentioned this. So we have to talk about it. It's the anxiety of students cheating. The anxiety for cheating needs to be addressed. Many of my colleagues, particularly the ones who had not tried online assessment before, but had to now, because of the corona situation, feared that students may easily cheat. For example, on a synchronous oral exam that they have notes around their PC, etc. I must underline the fact that the best way to avoid any suspicions about cheating is to provide assessments, types of assessments, and questions or tasks that students need to reflect on, where they have to show relevance between various topics and fields, where they can analyze a concept not by merely learning a definition by heart, but by giving examples of how the concept can be relevant and used in the subject or field that is being assessed. Critical evaluations and creative solutions, and relating new information to old by showing how it is relevant in the future for solving important tasks, are ways to address the fear of cheating. If you do that, it will not be possible for students to cheat. They will have to show their knowledge of critical evaluation, creative solutions, relevance of the concepts in the subject and in other subjects. So the fear of cheating, it is legitimate, and it needs to be discussed and addressed among teacher educators. Everything well? I don't see you. I'm just seeing my own presentation in front of me. Thumbs up? Any feedback, please, right now? Everything okay?
Yes, sir, it's okay.
Very good. I will continue on my next slide here. Teacher education. As mentioned earlier, student teachers generally use digital tools in a passive way as consumers of information rather than as active producers of content. It's a huge misconception believing that students are so-called digital natives. They are not. They are frequent users of social media. Some of them do a lot of gaming, but they are not digital natives. They really seldom know how to use online assessment tools in pedagogical ways. So what my colleague here says, which I quote her on, is, today we teach and learn with tools, but rarely about them. So my message is we should teach more about digital tools also to our student teachers. So I urge for teaching more about online tools, not merely using them and believing that they will have the pedagogical effect you want them to have, such as the ones I mentioned: creativity, collaboration, creating tests together, revising, resubmitting, etc. You cannot expect those pedagogical effects if you don't teach about the online tools too. You want online tools to have some pedagogical effect on students' assessments and learning. Now let me exemplify this from a 2-year development project I was involved in, which I mentioned in the introduction, with another university in Norway. We were 5 researchers and teacher educators who were part of this externally funded ICT project, online assessment project. The aim of the project was to develop formative assessment practices in teacher education through an intervention study where student teachers were introduced to a new digital tool. Not many studies actually have done that, introducing a new digital tool and then conducting research on it. Many ask students and teacher educators about their perceptions, or you observe classroom teaching and see how digital tools are used, but very few studies actually introduce a new digital tool through intervention studies. So the digital tool in this case, which none of the students had used for educational purposes, was OneNote. I don't know whether you're familiar with that or not, but OneNote Class Notebook is a version of Microsoft's OneNote application specifically designed for use in an educational setting. The application has different areas: the collaboration space, in which everyone in the class can contribute and collaborate. Class Notebook would allow the students a more active digital presence in the course and encourage students' contributions and sharing. In the current courses, the students were encouraged to use individual notebooks to compose and submit their obligatory assignments, take notes, share low-stakes tasks such as home preparation activities, and ask questions related to the posted work. The course instructors hoped that this would create more opportunities for the provision of feedback as more work would be submitted and shared, as well as make it easier and less intimidating for the students to reach out to the course instructors. In addition, the course instructors hoped that this would give them more insight into the progress of each individual student and allow them to adjust the teaching to better meet the students' needs. In this respect, the opportunities afforded by OneNote for Classroom were seen as surpassing those available in the learning management systems that were already in use in the courses. At one university, its learning was used as the learning management system. At the other university, Fronter was used as the learning management system. We gathered data through reflection notes from the student teachers and focus group interviews to understand the student teachers' perceptions of online assessment through the use of a new digital tool that was introduced. So let's take a quick look at what did the students say. These are some of the representative examples of what students thought about the introduction of the new digital tool and the pedagogical use of it. Let's look at the first statement here. I enjoyed using OneNote because everything is gathered in one place and easy to locate. The second one, OneNote made it easy to share our work with the other group. Also receiving and giving feedback was easier. And the third one, which is very much into the same concept, you get access to more feedback in a way. It's accessible to everyone, so you can use other people's feedback as feedback on your paper as well. As you can see, the three first statements here, they focus on the flexibility of the new digital tool compared to what they knew from before, the practicality of it, and a very important focus for formative assessment, which is the feedback process. Many of the students focused on this, saying that the feedback process was made more accessible, available, and easier through using the new digital tool. Another one, which is very interesting, the penultimate point here, saying that when I delivered stuff in Fronter, which is the learning management system, which we used earlier, it felt more final. You sort of clicked on the official deliver now, submit now. Whereas in OneNote class, you don't do that. All the files are under revision all the time. It's not like a final submission of something until we decide that something is supposed to be final at the end of the school year. Until the end of the academic year, students can revise and they can see each other's assignments and they can learn from each other and give feedback to each other. And the last comment here, the fact that we use both It's Learning and OneNote. It's Learning was the other learning management system at the other university, confused me a lot. This was one of the negative comments. I would rather have just one or the other. In other words, this student and several others who also thought the same, they wanted one system, not two. But they failed in understanding that OneNote Classroom is not a learning management system like It's Learning and Fronter. It's Learning and Fronter is where we put out information and put out stable links, articles, etc. Whereas OneNote Classroom was supposed to be the more in-year assessments, which were supposed to be the basis for the final assessment later. So, but making all these things clear to the students at the very beginning, why do you use this platform? How do you use it? Which function does It's Learning have versus OneNote would have been something we would do differently if we were to do this again today. Some potential reasons for students' lack of engagement with individual notebooks. Remember, individual notebooks They are the ones where students can share their stuff with the teachers. They don't share with other students, but with the teachers. These are the at least two reasons we have thought of. Is one, in higher education, where focus is still predominantly on summative assessment, students might be unaccustomed to sharing work which is not finished or graded. We see that many students coming from high school to teacher education, they're used to either submit an assignment to be graded and finished, or it's under construction in a way. They're unaccustomed to the idea that everything we are doing through the academic year is supposed to be formative assessment up until the very end. Another reason might be that although students use digital tools frequently in their everyday life, both in the context of education and in their personal lives, like gaming and social media, they are typically consumers of information and entertainment, rather than active producers of content. So rather than making texts, oral texts, written texts, multimedia texts together through online assessment tools, they are more used to using digital tools for information, retrieval, and entertainment. This may also explain why they have such a, let's say, basic understanding of new digital tools like the one we introduced to them through this 2-year project. So for online assessment to be aligned with teacher education curriculum, as is the topic here, we need transparent articulation, as Diamond refers to, which means that we need to articulate what the online assessment tool does, how it is used, and teach about it to the students. We need to be articulate about that as much as we are articulate about the curriculum. Curriculum alignment in the dynamics between program structure and students' learning, which is like the project we have done here, which is where you ask students about the perceptions and use. You see also how they use the online assessment tool, and you have to align that as you go along. You can't do it once a year. You have to do it every week, where you receive some kind of informal feedback from the students to align your use of the online assessment tool with the curriculum. Finally, as pointed out by Westhuizen, there is a need for more skilled teacher educators, us, and teachers in schools, particularly in developing countries. This is the final slide. So drawing on these experiences of research, teaching, and development work, I will conclude with these 3 points, looking ahead when it comes to online assessment and teacher education curriculum. Number one, it is not enough to present the possibilities of and encourage the students to make use of them. I mean, the possibilities of online assessment tools. As has been mentioned, we need to teach more about the online assessment tools. And we have to use the feedback we get from students along the way to adjust direction. Number two, a more fundamental changes in students' working habits and their expectations of higher education may be required. For example, strategies for process-oriented assessment, which is where you focus on process writing, for example, where you know that writing a text or delivering a speech in class or making a multimedia text is not final. It's just a first draft toward something final. Just like we write our articles, which are given feedback on from many peers, and at the end by peer reviewers in a journal, and then we can still revise and until it's published. That's the way process-oriented assessment should work. So the strategies for that are not in place when high school students come to teacher education, mostly. Also, when it comes to self and peer assessment, as I mentioned, my own PhD was on self and peer assessment in Norway, in middle school, and many of the students did not have any experience of peer assessment. None of the teachers had done that with their students. Some of the teachers had done the self-assessment part. Many of the students didn't know what self-assessment, the purpose of it was, what the purpose was. And finally, self-regulated learning, that students learn how to take control of their learning strategies so they can use those in life in general, in other subjects, not only in the subject you are teaching. These should be the basis for fundamental changes in their working habits and expectations when they enter teacher education. That is my conclusion here. And the very final point, the focus needs to be taken away from grading and summative assessment and directed more to practices which encourage student engagement. We know that students are more engaged when they receive feedback. They want feedback. They want useful feedback. And when they see that their work can be developed further to become even better. Unfortunately, a lot of focus also in Norway, but also particularly in I have read some of the research from Southeast Asia, for example, Hong Kong and those areas. A lot of the emphasis is on summative assessment, too much. In the United States also, in the field of assessment, we don't really look up to the United States when it comes to assessment systems, even though I know there's a great variation between states, but in general, also a lot of tests that students can only submit once to be graded or scored, like multiple choice tests. But in many countries, as you know, in the field of formative assessment, England has really been the hub of research on that. Scotland, we know, has done a lot of interesting things. In Scandinavian countries, Norway, Denmark, Sweden, there have been, the last 10-15 years, a lot of projects and development work on formative assessment and also using online assessment tools to encourage student engagement and work with assessment rather than those one-shot assessments. I think I'll end with that. I've spent 28 minutes or something, yeah. And stop sharing. And now I'm open to any comments or questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks, sir, for raising many noteworthy points through your lecture. There have been many appreciations for your lecture and the deliberations that you have incited in all of us. Like, there is one question, sir, from one participant, Devani Dev. She's a doctoral research from Department of Education, Central University of Kerala. She has raised a question that how can we make teachers develop more context-sensitive digital assessments? Sir, shall I repeat the question?
Yes, please. Repeat,
how
please.
How can we make teachers develop more context-sensitive digital assessments?
Yes, that is a very important and good question. Teachers, meaning I would interpret that as the ones who are qualified as being teachers and not student teachers. But then I would go back to teacher education, of course, since that is where we educate teachers. I would really say that the emphasis on using assessment tools contextually needs to be addressed in teacher education. Like the project I mentioned for you, if you can start such projects, I know you don't need to, you look for external funding, etc., etc. But if you can do some bottom-up projects, development projects with student teachers, and which was something we didn't do in this project, which we should have done, or we can do differently next time, is to involve teachers from schools in addition to what we are doing with student teachers. So then you get in a way the triangle where you have the teacher educator being the researcher also conducting the project. You also have the student teachers, participants, and you have the teachers in schools who can also use the online assessment tools with their own students or pupils in school. This will be very, very interesting. So I really believe in development projects over time where you contextualize one or two online assessment tools and work with them to see the pedagogical effects over time. I really don't think that you can have courses where you talk about an online assessment tool and how to use it, and then you think that would be sufficient. I really don't think either that you can introduce online assessment tools in any context and take for granted that it will have any pedagogical effect. Yeah.
Okay, sir. So there is one more curiosity rather. A research scholar from Kurukshetra University, Yogesh Punya, has asked, do you think summative assessment is the future?
Formative or summative?
Summative.
Formative.
So summative assessment.
Is the future. I don't know how to interpret that question. What does she mean by is the future? But what we see when it comes to assessments is that more and more countries are developing strategies to see more clearly the relation between assessment and learning. And if you want to see more clearly the relations, you will have to really focus on formative assessment. Formative assessment is basically assessment that encourages learning, right? That you learn from through conducting the assessment, whether it's self-assessment, peer assessment, reflection, notes, whether you write an essay, you do a multiple choice test, whatever, that you learn something from doing that. And for that to happen, you have to receive feedback. You have to receive some kind of feedback, either from the teacher, instructor, and or other students or peers. So I think that is really the future if you want assessment to have an impact on learning. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your patience and for the lecture.
Yeah, can I ask a question?
Sure. There is one more question here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can I ask a question? Yeah, we do not take decisions about students' grade in terms of classification using formative assessment. So what kind of relationships will exist? Because we know formative assessment promotes teaching and learning. Why decisions about students' competence are made based on summative assessment? So what kind of relationship should exist between the two?
Yes, that's good to have as a final question, because it's the dilemma we have all the time when it comes to assessments. Whenever I talk to teachers in schools about this, they say exactly this. We have national exams, we have the PISA, we have other tests that are summative. So how can we actually work toward those and in a formative way? So I should have had another lecture with aligning, where you align the summative assessments, national exams, for example, and the formative assessments that you do during the school year. The best way to align that, I would say, is to ensure we cannot get rid of summative assessments. We want them also because you need them for scoring and selecting students at some time, right? So we need those. But I think one of the best ways to align that is to have stakeholders, which is teacher educators, parents, not the least, the policymakers, to really understand that all the formative assessments are to build under the national exams and the summative assessments, not the other way. And to do that, you need the exams, the summative assessments that you talk about, to be valid and reliable. So it's all a matter of reliability and validity and generalizability of exams and tests. If a national exam, let me give you a concrete example from Norway. For example, a national exam in English in Norway, when for the first time we got national exams in Norway was in 2004. Since then, every year, all students have to take national exams. You have national exam in reading, in mathematics, and in English. In English, the national exam, when we got it in 2004, and also the next year, 2005, 6, 7, 8, I would say were not so valid as they should have been. Were not so reliable, the system of scoring, as it should have been. But the work that has been put into it, I would say today the national exams are highly or as valid as they can get. The items the students are given really represent what students are supposed to learn in schools. And the way they have done that is, of course, to really focus on the curriculum, right? Using the curriculum as the basis for developing the exams. So here you have, again, another triangle alignment, where you have the exams, where you have the formative assessments in class, and when you have the curriculum. So using the curriculum as the basis for developing items, then they make sure that the exam is valid. Teachers know that the exam will test what students are supposed to learn in the curriculum. It doesn't test something else. So that is very important. I could have talked about this long time, but let's say that's the short answer.
Ma'am.
Thanks. Thanks,
Thank
sir.
you.
I will now
question.
Okay.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah, please ask.
Yes.
Ma'am, I have a question.
Yes, you can ask.
Ma'am, I want to ask. Yeah, sir, it was a very good lecture, sir. I want to ask this thing that, as you have said that to avoid the anxiety for cheating among the students, assignments could be given and they can give relevant examples relating to the topic. So I want to ask that this can be relevant for the theory, but if we take the teacher education and we want to develop the skills of teaching among the students, then how can we assess
How
those
can we
skills?
Sorry, your sound was missed.
Teaching among
How
the
can we
pupil
assess-
teachers.
Yeah. How to
Sir,
assess?
I
the-
will
how-
repeat,
how-
sir.
sorry.
Sir, for theory, the assignments.
Yes, I think I got it. I will just.
Sir, how can we assess the skills of teaching?
There is something wrong with the sound, or is it just me?
Sir, is my
Sir, I would like
question
to
not clear?
intervene.
Can we
Actually,
assess
she just asked.
I think I got the question. I think the question is how can we assess the student teachers' teaching skills?
मैं भी जुड़ा था ऐसे एक लिए।
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Well, I think the simple answer to that would be let me see. I think the simple answer to that would be you don't do that either when you have physical, let's say, in classroom assessments. When you do assessments, let's say the traditional ways of doing assessment, not online assessments, would neither be possible to assess teachers' practical teaching skills unless you visit the student teachers in schools and see how they actually teach. So I think we always have to do that anyway, in addition to online assessments. It cannot substitute the actual in-classroom teaching with pupils. I really think we need to do that in addition, yes. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, that's good.
Thanks, sir. Now I will request Dr. Suhasini Bajpayee, my colleague, to take over to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Sarika ma'am. It gives me an immense pleasure in introducing our second speaker of this technical session, Dr. Muhammad Effendi, Assistant Dean, Quality Assurance and Strategy, Faculty of Education, University, Kazakhstan, Malaysia. It is quite difficult to mention the academic achievements of Dr. Effendi within this short period because there are a lot of achievement in his academic career. In spite of this, briefly, I'm saying that Sir has started his career as lecturer in Mechanical Engineering Department, Polytechnic of Kota, Kinabalu, Sabah, Malaysia in 2007. Then he joined as Assistant Director, Enforcement and Inspectorate Division, Private Higher Educational Institution, Malaysia in 2009. Joined as Lecturer Mathematics, Science and Computer Department, Polytechnic of Sultan Ajlan Shah, Perak in 2012. Then Sir has completed his Doctor of Philosophy in Psychometric and Evaluation in Education from University Science, Malaysia. In 2015, worked as visiting doctoral student researcher, Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand. From 2017, he has been there in Department of Leadership and Education Policy, Faculty of Education, University, Kebangskan, Malaysia, as Senior Lecturer and Assistant Dean, Quality Assurance and Strategy. His area of specialization are psychometrics, quantitative research analysis, measurement and evaluation. He is a very good innovator in the role of team leader, participated in several innovative events and win medals. He has professional memberships of various organizations like Malaysian Psychometric Association, Board of Engineers, Malaysia, Malaysian Invention and Design Society, and many more. He has 13 years of teaching and research experience. He is also a good researcher. He has still published more than 45 national and international research papers. 8 PhD students are working under his supervision. Sir, we are ready to hear you on the topic perspective of alternative assessment. Over to you, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I hope you can hear my voice. Okay, thank you for the introduction. I would like to thank the organizer, School of Education. And before that, I would like to share my slide. Okay, all right. Okay, is that okay? Is that everyone see my slides now?
Yeah, it's legible and you are audible. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. So everything is clear, including my voice?
Yes.
All right.
Please,
Thank you very
please
much. Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to introduce introduce myself. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Effendi Iwan Muhammad Matori. Actually, I'm from Faculty of Education. Thank you to School of Education, Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya MCAHV, Warda, India, for inviting me as a guest speaker for the international webinar on alternative assessment and evaluation in teacher education. This is such an honor to see all the professors here. And before this, I'm very impressed with the Professor Tony Berner and all the speakers after this. Today, I would like to share the content. This is like a sharing session, actually. But the title of my presentation is Enhancing the Quality of University Teaching Assessment, the Overview and Room for Improvement. First thing, when I pick this title, one question is, what is teaching evaluation is all about? How should we evaluate teachers? Is that accurate? Is that valid? And is that satisfying for all the educators out there? And all this time, how educators are rated in their institutions. But we are very confident that all the teachers need the fair assessment in terms of their service and the quality of teaching as well. What is teaching evaluation? Teaching evaluation actually is a systematic procedure for reviewing the performance with the purpose to provide the constructive feedback for the teacher's professional growth. Actually, the teaching evaluation concept is two: good teaching and good teacher. Maybe teaching is all about the environment of the teaching in the classroom, how you portray the idea, how you attract the students. But one thing that sometimes being neglected, but some of the lecturers, is about the personal trait of the teachers. This is important thing that we need to evaluate too. And evaluating teaching actually is not a single moment. Evaluating teaching is a continuous process. That is the first concept that we need to understand. And when we talk about the philosophy of teaching evaluation, I would like to share that the first thing, the teaching evaluation is the evidence-based, something that we can see, something that we can explore the talent, that we can nurturing the potential, especially to encourage the novice teacher to be better. And we are really hope that the collaboration, the strengthen the collaboration, not only between the peers, but also with the industry as well. And also we want to help our friends and also ourselves to have higher aim and to put the goal setting in terms of our career professionalism. But in teaching evaluation, one important philosophy is we want to get the effective feedback from the other parties, maybe from our friends, because from this information we can improve our pedagogical skill and the content wise too. So how about the actual practice in most of the Malaysian university? So before I try to gear up, first I want to share about my university first, and then we try to go further in the global, and I will show you the comparison between the Asian university and also in the Malaysian university. So what we're going to do after this. Okay, first, in our university, especially for my institution, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, or in English is the National University of Malaysia, we actually implemented the system for teaching evaluation called SPPP system. The teaching and supervision evaluation system is actually to gather evaluation on the quality of teaching from students' perspective only. So this is the lacking part, because nowadays, most of the institutions are focusing more on the other angle rather than focusing on the student's perspective only. And this is the official customer feedback system according to the standard Malaysian standard of the quality. Purposely is to continuously enhancing the quality of the constant studies program. And when you click at the link that been provided, you will see this is the interface of my institution teaching evaluation website. So this is, they are still generating the items to test the teaching evaluation category and construct. Okay, this is the flow chart for answering the feedback, especially for the student. First, the students need to log in, need to register, and actually in the system, it has 3 sections. First, the students need to answer the general section. The second thing is the section for the faculty and the section for the lecturer's evaluation. Okay, for general, it has 5 items emphasized on the course content, infrastructure, and equipments. For the faculty, it has a 3 to 10 items. And we will see how the students achieve the course learning outcomes and how they experience the teaching and learning process. And last part that been worried by many of the teachers and the lecturers is lecturer evaluation. It's including 5 items there. So this is the general delivery assessment form. We are using the Likert scale, and the students will pick the best scale that represent themselves for each of the items provided, starting from the extremely unsatisfactory to the extremely satisfactory. Okay, how about the global overview? How they perform? All right, when I think about this topic, about how can I improve the teaching evaluation aspect in my university and all the universities all over the world as well, I think we need to have a benchmark with the good university, the best universities in the world. So when we look at the World University Ranking in 2020, we will see that it has 4 top universities. The first is the MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. The second ranking is the Stanford University, Harvard, and followed by the Oxford. For this purpose, I just share the MIT and Stanford. When we look at the MIT, how the MIT provide the teaching evaluation. So MIT actually, the first point is they implemented the online subject evaluation. So this is clear cut because most of the institution nowadays implemented the online subject evaluation system. But the best thing of the MIT is the evaluation is 2 times per semester for middle sem and also the end of the semester. So let's say in a year, it has 2 semesters. So the lecturers will be assessed 4 times. So that is why the teachers or the lecturers obtain a lot of information for the improvement. So this is good. So that is why the idea behind why MIT ranked at first, because the lecturers or the educators also have a lot of information from the students, and the students can comment freely on how the lecturers can improve themselves, because teaching and learning is a two-way process. Sometimes as a teacher, we need to be open-minded. We need to diverse the technique and also receive or accept all the comment from the third parties to be better. And after that, when I look at the Stanford, when we compare the Stanford University, it is similar with the MIT, because Stanford also implemented the online course evaluation as well. When you look at the right side of my slide in the Stanford University, you will see the evaluating teaching. And it has 3 categories there: input from the students, input from the colleges, and instructors' self-reflection. So it means that it has a 360 degrees evaluation. So the input from students, the input from peers, and also the self-reflection, the self-assessment. So when I try to make it in the bigger picture on how can we define the input from students based on the Stanford interpretation, the Stanford define the input from students as they ask the students to fill the feedback forms at the end of the term of the study. And then the alumni, they call it, try to give the letters and fill the survey, fill the rating scale to give the satisfaction for certain items according to the construct, call for the focus groups, and then try to explain and give their ideas on how to improve the institution, and also the assessment of how the student achieve the learning outcomes. When we talk about the input from colleges, that is very simple word, peer assessment, meaning that we will assess our friends and our friends will assess us. So sometimes this is a quite sensitive if we don't have any relationship. Sometimes we are feel so uncomfortable if our assessor of our friend is not have a good relationship with us. So that's the thing that always makes things not comfortable when doing the peer assessment. But the self-reflection, actually, it has no issue because this is the lecturer just prepare the teaching portfolio and teaching inventories. I will explain more about the self-reflection later. So based on the input from colleges, I mean the peer assessment, the Stanford University explained it in detail. The peer assessment can be defined as the first peer observation, meaning that our friends will review of the course syllabus and materials that we had. Then the second thing is evaluate the syllabus, the assignment, exam, papers, and so on that been provided by the other parties. And also the interesting part is evaluation of other contributions, meaning that contributions, how the lecturer contributed to the curriculum development, how about the supervision, how about the mentoring, how about they create the instructional materials, and how about the publication as well. Like me, myself, in my university, Kebangsaan Malaysia, publications is one of the major things that we need to consider for the teaching evaluation. So the Stanford, I think it has a similar considerations, same like mine. But the other university also has their own characteristic as well. So in terms of these types of peer assessment, all of these are given marks. So sometimes the teacher feels so burdened because of the peer assessment and how to judge fairly. That is one of the challenge in the peer assessment. So when we talk about the MIT and Stanford, we will see that they are focusing on the 360 degrees of evaluation. But both of the institutions proceed with the online evaluation. How about the Asian countries? Okay, now I would like to share with you the overview across countries. In Malaysia, in our neighbor, is the Indonesia, Thailand, and also the Singapore. Let me show you how about the best institutions practice their own evaluation. I will bring you to Indonesia. Let's visit the Indonesia. We pick the best university in Indonesia. The first university in Indonesia is Universitas Indonesia, or in short, we call it UI. UI, when I surf the website, they are using implemented the online system called EDOM, EDOM, meaning that they applied since 2000 and applied fully online since 2006, meaning that 14 years ago. So EDOM actually stands for Lecturer Teaching Performance Evaluation by Students. But unfortunately, I can't access the item because the system is private and confidential. I need the ID and password, but I'm not the staff, I'm not the student, so I can't access everything. This is so private and confidential. I just can screenshot for this sharing session to you. But we know the Universitas Indonesia also apply for the online system. How about the Thailand? The first university in Thailand is Chulalongkorn University, CU, and CU actually use the online system also. They call the online teaching and learning assessment, or we call it CUCAS, CHUCAS. CHUCAS also been implemented for a long time in Chulalongkorn University. And I think the Thailand and Singapore nowadays are focusing the similar type of method with the MIT and also with the Stanford University. How about the Singapore? Okay, as we know, Singapore is a top notch. Singapore is the best university, especially in National University of Singapore. When we look at ranking, NUS is not number one in the Singapore, but also number one in Asia. NUS is very clear, very transparent on how the NUS explain about the teaching evaluation. We will see that NUS just categorize the teaching evaluation into three. This is very clear. The first, the lecturer should prepare the teaching portfolio. Teaching portfolio actually is a self-assessment, self-reflections. But under the self-reflection, the lecturer should prepare for their own teaching curriculum vitae, CV. teaching philosophy, evidence, and all the documentation of the evidence. So sometimes it's like when we try to apply for the promotion, we're also doing the same thing, right? Okay, but the NUS for the teaching portfolio, one element that we need to proud of is the teaching philosophy, especially for a teacher, novice teacher, or even for a senior teachers like me, myself, we sometimes ask ourselves, what is our teaching philosophy? What is our philosophy actually? It's a very simple question, but it's hard to answer. But the Singapore, the NUS, wanted the lecturers to know themselves what is actually their philosophy in teaching. So when they prepare for this, each of the lecturer in the NUS aware what is their philosophy in their teaching. I think it's very good practice. Okay, when we look at number 2, the student feedback. The student feedback is very common, especially for all the universities always implemented the students feedback, because I think our students is our stakeholder. We really appreciate the comment. And for NUS, it has a general feedback on the course, responses to various aspects of the course, and also the teachers. The teachers, including the lecturers, the facilitators, the tutors, and also the instructors as well. One of the interesting point here is the open-ended questions, because the students sometimes need to give a rating, not only the items that been provided by the institution, but they need to explain and express themselves through their writing or qualitatively expression from their heart. So I think the open-ended question is a good idea, not only rely on the items that we provided. And the third part is the peer review. Okay, this is the best thing about the NUS also. First time when I saw the website, this is a very good point, which the Singapore implemented the peer review. And in the COVID-19, I think it has no problems, because online peer review, they implemented, categorized into 2. The first is the classroom teaching and how our friends will assess the materials that we use. So when we talk about the classroom teaching in section A, it means that our friends should visit our class and see we teach. So nowadays, give a lecture using online teaching. So maybe we can invite them to the Google Meet, to the Zoom session, and then we'll see how the teachers conducted class or the lecture in online medium. So it's quite challenging. But when we talk about the peer review, it has a requirement that we need to fulfill. It may consist up to 4 reviewers. If the institution, or maybe some of the viewers here are going back to the institution and want to implementing the peer review, please bear in mind that it can be 4 reviewers and at least 2. One of them should belong to another department. I think this is because to avoid the bias. And this is a rotating basis across years. So not the same person will evaluate us every year. So I think this is good. So because this year we will evaluated by the person A, the next year the different person, the next another year the different person, and we can see a different perspective. Especially like me myself, I'm still learning. I'm still appreciate the senior lecturer in my institution to give me comment for me to improve my teaching and lecture. Okay, in the United States, when we see the University of Washington, when I surf the website, I see that the University of Washington still give the guide to best practice for evaluating teaching. It means that it has a 360 degrees self-assessment, peer review, and the students' evaluation as well. And it is the same with the Northern Michigan University. When we talk about the peer evaluation, it has a multiple components, which is in-class observation. It means that it has a visit there. But nowadays, we cannot visit to the class because all the class, most of them are running into an online medium. So never mind, we still can assess even you do it online. But the course material review also checked by our friends in the peer evaluations. And the student evaluation that been done by the Northern Michigan University is similar with the other universities as well. Okay, so that is for the Asian overview. How about my country? So in my speech today, I would like to share with all the scholars in India. Maybe you have something to share that I don't know. I want to share in Malaysia. Actually, we have many universities, but I just pick the top universities that maybe can give you an idea on how we can improve the system. We look at this ranking first. The first university is University Malaya, followed by the University Putra, UPM, USM, UKM, UTM, and the Taylor's University as well, because the list is including the private higher educational institution as well. Okay, let's look at the first university in Malaysia. The University Malaya also implemented the online system, so it's good. The name of the system is Course and Teaching Evaluation, CTES. Okay, how about UPM, University Putra Malaysia? They did the online teaching evaluation, all right, still online. How about USM, University Science? Yes, they did the online and course assessment. And the University Technology Malaysia, they did the EPPP system for all their undergraduates and the postgraduate students, namely online teaching evaluation. So we can say that all the universities are doing online. But when I want to share with you about this one university, Taylor's University is a big name in Malaysia. And this is the private university actually. Taylor's University, in their website, they have their own scale. So that is the interesting part of the Taylor's University. The scale is the teaching engagement scale. So maybe after this, the university can encourage the institution to provide a new scale for each of the institutions on how to measure the teaching evaluation. Like Taylor's, they has TES, Teaching Engagement Scale. So the construct is four construct. The first, the evaluation from the self, meaning that self-reflection, the majority of the students, student evaluation, the superior, and also the peer. So it's quite similar with the Stanford and also the MIT and all the Asian university that I mentioned just now. And the TES, claimed by Taylor's as a bold, unique teaching evaluation. Actually, the information here is not PNC because this is on their website. Because they think that the multiple views is very useful and beneficial for them to make it into one report. 360 report that looks very comprehensive. So this is very nice. So that's why Taylor's University are still growing up better every year. We see the ranking is better, getting better. So this is challenge for the university and also the educational institution to improve themselves in terms of the teaching evaluation. So I want to share the literature review as well. If everybody, the scholars here, have a time, maybe you can download the scan of international approaches to teacher assessment report from the School of Education, University of Bristol. I think this is a very good report because this is quite thorough in 2018 and quite latest too. So I think this working papers is very useful for to any one of the scholars that have an intention to proceed with the research about the teaching evaluation. Okay, when we see the standard used in the US, they have two prominent references. First is the teacher's knowledge and also the performance, and 5 core proposition by the national board and 4 categories by the interstate teacher assessment as well. So we can conclude that, all right, US has their own standards on how to evaluating the teacher. How about Australia? Australia has their own standard too. They have the 7 standard with the 3 main domain of teaching. The first is the professional knowledge, professional practice, and professional engagement with the 37 items in total. How about the England? England, it has 9 standard. But the important part, the interesting part in England is from 9 standard, 8 is cover about the teaching element. 1 standard is about the personal and professional conduct. So it based on the philosophical of education and the teaching evaluation that I mentioned earlier in my second slide about the evaluation in teaching is about good teaching and good teacher. So the personal and professional conduct is more on a good teacher, but teaching is all about the environment when teach in the classroom or the lecture room. So I would like to share also the framework by Danielson in 2007. This framework can also be used by the institution and future researcher, because we want to see whether the teacher can plan and prepare well in the class, how the teachers can build up a good environment in the classroom, positive aura, positive vibes, and how the teachers able to give the instruction clearly, and how the teachers also can carry the responsibility professionally among their students. So this is very beneficial for them too. And when we look at the Latin American, like Chile, Peru, and Mexico, one thing that you have to bear in mind is that the framework of teaching is not influential in the United States context only, because the Latin America also sharing the same similarities construct as well. Like Chile, we see they has the good teaching framework, Peru, the good teacher performance framework, and also the good teaching profile by the Mexico. So every countries have their own style in evaluating the educators. So this is nice development of the teaching evaluation. This is one of the conceptual framework provided by the OECD. Quite complicated, but I think the gist is who will be the assessors in the teacher evaluation. And I want to share with you about the journals written by USO 2016, from the Journal for Educators, Teachers and Trainers. One of the elements that very important for the teacher in order to be effective and relevant nowadays is we encourage students to be more critically in thinking. But in my country, Malaysia, we implemented the HOTS. I think all over the world also implemented the HOTS, higher order thinking skill, in the examinations paper. Even the students also feel that it's hard for them to answer. The students look tough, but I think this is one of the good teaching evaluation as well. So we try to encourage students to think. And when the researcher try to search about the questionnaire that been published, I would like to share with all of you the questionnaire that can be used for evaluate the teaching, like the students' evaluation of educational quality, SEEK, the course experience questionnaire, the module experience questionnaire, the postgraduate research experience questionnaire, and also the experiences of teaching and learning questionnaire. So it has many questionnaires out there, but Richardson just recommended us to use either the SEEK or the CHECK. And all of these instruments that I mentioned here, widely used in the American, Australian, and also in the UK. So sometimes the questions from the Western is not suitable in our local context, because we have our culture that we need to follow. So never mind, we can adapt some of the items that we feel that it suit with our culture, and then we try to make a pilot test to see either the items is okay with our populations too. So I think this is one of the sources that we can to refer with. Okay, so after all the literatures and the comparison that I made, how can we improve actually in my institution and also your institution as well? The first thing is the benchmarking. We need to moving forward to be better. Like NUS, Stanford, Taylor's, MIT, and Washington, compared to my country is just focusing on the students' feedback, fully in students' feedback. Maybe we are more focusing on the self-reflections and peer observation, but we are not fully implemented yet. But when we look at the top universities out there, they're already implemented. So what is my suggestion? I think we just remain the students' evaluation, because students is like a very important stakeholder for us. Students is like our baby, all right? But I think the important suggestion in this speech is we need to add the element of the evaluation. The first thing is the self-reflection. The teacher need to know how to reflect and comment themselves correctly and fairly. And the second suggestion is about the peer evaluation. We need friends to tell us what is the lacking part in our pedagogical skill, about personality trait that help us to improve. Because the first word that we need to think is we want to improve ourselves. We need to be humble. We need to be very open-minded to have the comment, not only from the student, but also from the peers. Because we as a teacher, not only focus how our students well, but we also to form the good personality and the value. So if we want to form the good value for the students, we as the lecturers and the teacher need to form the good value in ourselves first. Then we can deliver well after that. Okay, so when I try to make everybody think further, is the teacher actually are ready for the peer review? Is there any issues? Okay, sometimes the peer review is one of the alternative assessment, the peer review, because we want to evaluate our friends and our friends want to evaluate us. But if the personal matter, okay, will destroy the peer review, so that will be fail. So sometimes it has a very problematic in terms of the how professional we are in doing the peer review. And when we look at the self-reflection, okay, it has two groups. In self-reflection, the problem with this self-reflection that also the alternative assessment is that sometimes the person is very good, but they are low self-esteem, so they underrated themselves. Sometimes the person is not good or not good at all, but they think they are so good, so they are overrated. So the result will be not accurate at all. So is that the teacher ready for the self-reflection? Okay, so how can we overcome this? I think the first thing is training, because the teachers and the lecturers also need the training on how can we improve, how to make the self-reflection properly and in the right way. So to share with you, what is the best practice that we can use in our institution? The online peer review by NUS and Stanford. This is my recommendation for peer review. I hope that we can appoint at least 2 persons, 2 evaluator, with the 2 sections of the assessment. The first is the classroom teaching and the assessment of the materials as well. And we need to think about the evaluator criteria that need more than 3 years of experiences, because when we try to evaluate someone else, we need to have an experience first. So I think the novice teacher cannot be an evaluator. So the experienced teacher or educator can be an evaluator. So actually this time of the experience, this duration time is actually depends on the institution also. And for the recommendation for self-reflection, the teaching portfolio that can be prepared by the lecturers is the teaching portfolio. So when the teacher prepare their portfolio, they will know what is their strength, what is their weaknesses. So is that I'm getting better? Is that I'm getting worse? So this will help for the self-reflection as well. And it looks more systematic review. You want to get promoted. So this also show how the faculty structure the lecturers, how to conduct their sources and the teaching materials as well. Okay, in COVID-19 crisis, I think maybe the suggestion is quite cliche. When I read some articles, we can apply e-assessment. Okay, fine. I think the e-assessment, we can conduct e-assessment in terms of the student evaluation, because they will assess the teacher using the system. The peer review, our friends can assess and can evaluate us also using a system online. And self-reflection, we can use the logbook or log notes online too. But I think, in my opinion, personal point of view, the problem now is not about the platform. The problem now is not about the e-assessment and not e-assessment. It's not about the internet things. The important is about the integrity, the willingness of the teacher to proceed with the evaluation, and also how ready, how mentally prepare with the transformation of these 360 degrees. Because one of the issue of the reliability and validity cannot be tolerated and be neglected as well. So we need to understand the nature of the assessment of these 360 degrees before we want to proceed in our educational institution setting. So for my conclusion and suggestion, I would like to suggest with my humble opinion is we can add the self-reflection and peer review. But if the institution had already the self-reflection, had already the peer review, it's good, it's very good, but we can document it in a proper way, in more detail on how we can make it more variety in presenting the self-reflection and peer review by using the likes such as portfolio, self-assessment, infographic, discussion board using Trello. So it will make things more dynamic, and everyone will happy to do that, because when we look at these three angles of the evaluation, the teacher will feel burdened because they need to evaluate by the students and also evaluate by the friends. They also want to evaluate the other friends, and also they need to evaluate for themselves. So many evaluations. So how can we cope with all of this burden? So I think we have to make it interesting, to make it easier for the teacher. And for future research, I think maybe scholars in the university in India and all over the world who watching this webinar, I encourage everybody to conducting more research on self-reflection and also the peer review, how to produce, I love to use this word, smart way. Because in order we are preparing the assessment, sometimes maybe we can prove it quantitatively, statistically proven, but how can we can make it less complexity for the teachers, but effective? So this is the challenge for the researcher out there. So for everybody, dream big. Thank you very much. Happy evaluating, and namaste. Thank you so much. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your delightful deliberation. Sir, we have very comments of appreciation for your lecture. You nicely explained the philosophy of teaching evaluation. You focused on global overview with a special case of Malaysia and other Asian countries, Indonesia, Singapore, and other. You focus on importance of self-reflection, infography, and peer assessment was really giving direction to current evaluation practices. Sir, we have some questions. One question from Deepshikha Shilvana. How can we practically engage a student in online platform in developing countries like India?
All right. Okay. Thank you very much for the questions. Okay. But Dr. Suhasini, can you please repeat the question for me, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Sir, the question is, how can we practically engage students in online platform in developing countries like India?
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you for the questions. For the person, I don't know the name. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it that you give me a very comprehensive question. Very good question. How can we engage practically through the online medium in the country like India? Okay, I think not only India, in Malaysia too, especially for the rural area, that some of the area don't have a good internet facility. I think this is the very simple like this. We can provide and prepare a lot of online medium, but without the internet, all of that nothing. I Okay, the internet access is very important. Even we have Trello, even we have Zoom, even we have Google Meet, but without internet, all of that are nothing and useless. I think the internet coverage should be improved first. And I would like to suggest first you can use the continuous and not I think like assessment for example, like a Zoom, two-way interaction. Okay, two-way interaction. You can use the two-way interaction first. After you fail to use the two-way interaction, you can use one-way interaction because one-way is less than the two-way interaction. Sometimes it's hard for the students to have a better internet connection when you want to have a better both of the interaction between you and the student. But never mind, use one way of the interaction is good as a start because this problem also happened in Malaysia. No problem, but if the student still fail to connect with you because of the internet coverage, nothing much that we can do unless they need to find the internet coverage first. So, because of the student cannot use the internet at all, we should back to the conventional method because we like it or not, the conventional method, the face-to-face teaching approach is the best approach because it has the element of the humanity compared to the technical that we have now. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Another participants from our YouTube channel, sir, she is also asking similar thing, and she is Jyotsna Kohli, saying how do the online assessment be implemented for rural families when they don't have a smartphone, or we can say simply, sir, without proper online facility. Would you like to add further, sir, for this question?
Okay, so the question is in the rural area, they don't have devices, am I right?
Exactly, sir. They don't have devices like smartphone.
Okay, maybe I'm too conservative about this. Actually, I live in a world that have a modern type of person who have a very rich internet, who have a rich devices, who have iPhone, who have a very sophisticated phone. But I also have a students who don't have phone, and the phone need to be sharing into the family as well. I think one way to encourage them, the students need to go to the places that have the internet. That is the way. Because if without the internet facilities, everything cannot be done. Trust me. Because one thing, it should be back to the conservative method face to face. But in COVID-19, it's very dangerous. We don't want to face interaction because we need to have a gap. In the rural area, without the facilities, without the internet connection, one of the things that we need to do to have the engage between the students and the teacher is with the good internet connection first because that is the root of the problem. And after we have a good internet connection, then everything can be done. But without the internet connection, everything will fail. So that is the point that I want to deliver.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving special reference of developing countries, how we can cope up the situation of COVID-19 and online assessment techniques.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving you valuable time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Interacting with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to you, to Dr. Suhasini and all the professors. I'm very honored to be a guest speaker today. Namaste. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, over to you, Sarika ma'am. Are you there? Over to you, Sarika ma'am, for next introduction.
Our next speaker for the session, Professor Clement Kolawol from Faculty of Education, University of Ibadan, Nigeria, is Professor and Head, Department of Arts and Social Science Education, University of Ibadan, Nigeria. He has done his PhD in language education and has a teaching experience of 32 years, spanning across 3 universities, namely University of Ibadan, Ado Ekiti, and Ogun State University. He has started his career as a tutorial master in Ogun State University, and he has kept on excelling in his career step by step. He has authored 47 books and chapters, along with 59 articles, 12 technical reports, and monographs. He has presented reputed papers in 36 major conferences. He has successfully supervised 18 PhD candidates in the field of English language education and curriculum and instruction. He is a member of Curriculum Organization of Nigeria, Reading Association of Nigeria, International Reading Association, International Council on Education for Teaching, International Society for Teacher Education, Center for Peace and Conflict Studies, British Association of Applied Linguistics, Teachers Registration Council for Nigeria, and the Nigerian Academy of Education. Along with this, he has been on the expert panel for assessment of candidates for promotion to associate professor and professor for various universities. I now request Professor Clement Kolawole to present his views on exploring alternative modes of assessment in language teaching. Over to Professor Clement Kolawole. Welcome, sir.
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for the short introduction. Thank you for the invitation extended to me, particularly by the organizers. I also like to thank the two speakers that I've listened to this morning, particularly Tony Bonner and Mahdi Effendi that I've just listened to. It's been very refreshing participating in this webinar discussion. Right in Nigeria now, it's about 9:45. It's in the morning. So I'd like to say good morning from Nigeria and good afternoon to my colleagues and brothers and sisters in India. Today's discussion by me particularly is on exploring alternative modes of assessment in language teaching. Unfortunately, I'm not presenting any, I'm not sharing any slides, but I'm just going to speak from the note I've prepared. Now, you know that language teaching essentially anywhere globally is to prepare the students to be able to use the language primarily orally, to be able to speak in that language and to be able to understand when the language is spoken, so that the individual concerned can contribute to social development, to the general activity of the society where the individual lives. And so language teaching essentially is not aimed at making the language learner write primarily. It's a secondary activity. Writing is a secondary skill in language teaching and learning. Now, when we take this background to preparing teachers of language in our universities, we should not forget the fact that we are preparing them first to help learners to be able to speak in that language and to understand when they are spoken to in that language. Now, how do we then assess language teachers in the process of taking a decision about them? Just like it's been said this morning, assessment has been likely very controversial because it is technical, it involves a number of things, and it helps in taking decisions. First, if it is summative, like we all know, it helps to improve teaching and learning. But when it is summative, it helps us to classify, to be able to say this individual has attained this particular level of expertise or level of competence in that particular language. Now we know that in all the universities that I'm particularly aware of, that I'm conversant with, particularly in my own situation in Nigeria, we assess students, language teachers, basically using the traditional approach, which comprises tests that can be conducted anyhow, regularly or irregularly, that also can take the form of continuous assessment, that also involves projects that also involves final examination. Now the question is, if we use these modes of assessment in taking fundamental decisions about language teachers and language students, in being able to come up with the fact that they are either competent or not competent, the issues are how objective would that be, one? Two, how comprehensive would that decision be, two? Three, how reflective would that decision also be? Because when you expose a student to a written exam, which is typically what we do either by tests or examinations or projects, the individual is not given the opportunity orally present what he or she knows in that language as would be expected of him or of him when he or she graduates from the university system. So arising from this background, therefore, we have come up with two major problems. One, which Professor Sharma discussed this morning, that is rating university graduates as being unemployable. Each time our students are rated that way because of their inability to perform optimally as expected, we're sending the signal to the university to review its total curriculum, which includes modes of assessment. The second problem that have followed that kind of mode of assessing using written form alone is the fact that our students likely have been adjudged to lack communication skills, particularly when they go for oral interviews, when they have to be employed, either as teachers or as school administrators or in whatever sector of the economy. What is likely expected of students, of individuals, is to present what they are able to do, is to present what they know, not only in terms of their certificate or the documents they bring for such interview, but also in what they can do. We also expect them, in addition to their ability to communicate, to also deploy critical thinking. And we know that language is so central to critical thinking. And so when students are deficient in critical thinking skills, in their ability to communicate orally, convincingly, we also come up with a decision that the student does not know. This is as much as the student does not know as much as he or she is expected to know. This is part of the fact that these students have been adjudged after due process of assessment by the institutions they have attended to have merited the certificates they are carrying. Sometimes some students are judged to be first-class students. Sometimes some students are judged to be second upper students. Sometimes some students are judged to be second lower students in that category. So when students have been so classified by their institutions and they have been given certificates that confirm the fact that they have merited the level of competence we have assigned to them through the mode of assessment we have used, would we then be right to say such a student is not able to communicate, particularly a language student? Would it be right for us to say such a student lacks critical thinking ability? Would it also be right to say such a student is unemployable? But today, that is one of the problems that we face. And that's what has likely contributed to the problems of unemployment, which is increasing in most of our countries. So arising from that, therefore, it becomes imperative for us as language educators to ask ourselves, how do we improve our assessment techniques? What do we add? What do we take away from it? What do we do to make sure that whatever we do, whatever decision we take after we have taken our students through a series of assessments, reflect what they are able to do eventually, particularly on the side of being able to communicate, being able to use that language to express themselves, being able to use that language to get things done. This is very important because it is going to have implication on what we do as language teachers. It is going to have implication on what we allow to be the part of our curriculum that we implement in the school system. Now, because it is very, very clear for us now, it is incumbent that we must find a way of improving our assessment techniques. I have come up with a few of my colleagues to explore alternatives. The question is, do we have alternatives? Or do we have other things that we can add to our current processes of assessment? The answer is yes. First, there are alternatives. Two, yes, there are things we can add to improve the processes by which we assess our students, particularly in language education. Just like I said at the beginning, the objective of language teaching primarily is to enable or to help the language learner to be able to use that language, either by speaking that language or by being able to understand when that language is spoken. It is when those two levels of competence are being effectively mastered that we expect the individual to be able to write in that language and to be able to understand when he or she reads in that language. Therefore, we need now to expand the process by which we assess language students and language teachers. First, language teachers have to be aware that there are alternatives to language assessment that we use now. Two, they have to be schooled on the alternatives. And then three, they have to be encouraged to use those alternatives. When these three levels have been achieved, those of us who are language educators also have to engage the government so that the government would also understand or come to the realization of the fact that we cannot complete the process of assessment without talking about the alternatives we're actually going to that we are proposing now. What are these alternatives? I know that in the recent past in my country, the external body that certifies students as being competent at the ordinary degree level, as the first at the secondary school level, is the West African Examinations Council, and now with the National Examination Council of Nigeria. And these two examination bodies, particularly the WAEC, used to conduct tests of orals, excuse me, used to conduct oral comprehension tests. Because of some problems, that could have been tackled, the actual oral presentation was modified to test of orals, which to me was not as effective as the actual oral. In fact, during the actual oral examination process, students will be made to listen to good speakers of that language having conversations, after which the students will be expected to respond to some questions that have been selected based on the conversation. Now, the kind of question they normally answer measure the features of the paralinguistic features such as intonation, stress, and all the other, syllable manifestation, tone markers, and several other things, to be able to find out how variations that take place when language is spoken to make meaning can be measured. And then students are also made to answer some comprehension questions that are orally delivered through a mediating, gadget. They listen to the conversation and they respond to questions. Now, we found out that during that particular time, everybody was forced to listen more. Everybody was forced to learn how to pronounce words. Everybody was made to learn how to deploy stress and other features, paralinguistic features of that particular language, which is English. And then in Yoruba and Igbo and Hausa, which are essentially not the same as English, those who speak those languages, those who learn those languages, those who go to school to learn how to teach those languages, we're also taken through features that will enable them to be able to speak convincingly without leaving anybody in doubt. But unfortunately, like I said, because of changes that takes place, changes that take place regularly, it was suggested that that system should be changed for a more convenient one on the part of maybe the examiners. And then we had alternative to with the test of horrors, which is not as direct, as practical as the previous one that I've just discussed. Currently, that's what is being done. Students will be given a paper to indicate correct stress without listening to stress. Students are made to indicate tone mark without actually listening to a good speaker of that language demonstrate that particular skill. And most times, either by guessing or by actually being lucky, most students do well in that section of the exam. And everything is added together, and then we take a decision to say this student has reached this level of competence. Now, in the university system, we prepare language teachers, first by taking them through theories in the respective areas of specialization, and at the appropriate time, we send them to school for teaching practice, where we go to observe them. Now, what happens between these two systems, where we teach them in the classrooms, and they go on the field, and they come back? The percentage that's assigned to their going on the field for teaching practice is just 3 units, and it's just for a period of time. 3 units out of the total of 120 units. In fact, okay, because they take it at 3 levels, 9 units. 9 units where the students go to school, have physical contact with learners, listen to them, respond to them, correct them, interact with them, and come back to school after they have been visited or supervised by their mentors, and grades are sent for them. When you take 9 units out of either the 90 units or 120 units, that two categories of students, those who come in for the direct entry, through the direct entry mode, and those who come in through the competitive constitutional exam mode that are supposed to pass 120 units. We put all of this together and we take a decision. Now you discover that all the other units that students must take are assessed through pen and paper, either in form of tests, in form of projects that they write and submit, in terms of examinations, or in terms of occasionally presentations that they make. The question then is, are we addressing the deficiency that has been identified by employers who have reported to us by saying that our students lack communication skills? Have we, using pen and paper, to assess students up to about 85% level, address the problem that employers of labor have come to tell us that our students lack critical thinking skills? The answer to the 2 questions is no. And so because of this problem, and because of the need for us not to fold our arms in utter helplessness, we have come up with an alternative mode, which is oral mode of examination or oral mode of assessment. Now, what came about this was the fact that basically, when you take a decision about whether a learner is competent or not, you do not ask for the learner certificate when you meet the learner on the street, when you meet the learner in a mall, shopping mall, when you meet the learner in a bus or in the train, or when you meet the learner in the recreation center. You simply communicate, you speak, tell the learner, and you expect the learner to respond, to demonstrate what he or she knows, to show whether he or she has communication skills, whether he or she has critical thinking skills that he or she can use to navigate the communication experience. So we then came back to say to our colleagues that why don't we begin to also take measures where we can expose our students, particularly language students, to where they can communicate, where they can converse, where that communication encounter, where the conversational encounter can constitute part of their assessment. We also looked at the various language skills that are involved, the written skills, the spoken skills, the listening skills, as well as the the listening skills. All of this we put together. We then said, okay, first, let us address the most important aspect of assessment in language teaching and learning, which is the writing skill. You know, most times students write projects, students write exams, students write reports of whatever it is that they have done, whether we send them on teaching practice, whether we send them on observation, whether we send them on attachment, whether we send them on industrial training. We expect that when they come back, they do a written report that they submit. But we have now said, let us go beyond that. Apart from writing something, let us also listen to them. And in listening to them, you assign certain percentage of the total assessment score to that listening aspect, so that both the written and the oral presentation will be put together in helping us to take a decision. Now, how did we do that? We first had a model example by saying that our graduating students who would write projects will be made to listen to a panel of discussants or a panel of examiners who will interact with them, who will ask them questions as to what they did, how they came about it, and how it was done, and what they found out. That is one way by which we can listen to them communicate. In fact, we also, when we found that that one had an important, a significant impact in the total decisions we have taken, because we found students who came with brilliant reports who were not able to defend what they had written. And that also had implication on the total score that they got. Some of them were referred because it was said that since they could not defend, they could not present orally what they had written down, it became difficult for us to confirm that they actually wrote. Now, if the idea of the oral presentation was not there, some of them would have been scored based on the report before us, and they would have graduated. Number two, we also then decided to take it back a trifle. That is, when lectures are going on, create opportunities for students to also present orally in class. Don't make your continuous assessment complete everything, tests, quizzes, assignments, written, essentially. Give opportunity for them to speak in class. Maybe you just taught a topic, you could call one or two of them to make presentations in class. And when you give them assignments to do in the library, and they come back, they present orally in class. So the mark that's assigned to the project is divided into two. Part of the marks or the grade goes to the written aspect, and part also goes to the oral presentation. So when the two will be added, you find that you get a more balanced, a score for that particular student. And when you do that cumulatively over a period of time, by the time you use both the formative and the summative assessment, where you're going to take a decision on the particular individual, you would have taken into cognizance the fact that this candidate has been actually exposed to both the oral and the written or the literal aspect of that language. And so we also did not stop at that. We then conceived a study where we went to a secondary school. I worked with one of my doctoral students to a secondary school to
Hello, sir. Hello, Professor Clement Kolwal. I think there are certain technical problems.
Particularly using essay writing and using two assessment modes, the oral.
It is okay.
Hello.
I think we should wait.
Yeah. He has left.
Huh. Some technical issue, and we should wait for.
I think we should wait for another minute. Yeah, he has joined.
I think sir is unable to connect.
Sir, please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We are able to hear you now.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. At what point did you lose me?
Sir, when you were discussing about the assessment and the skills and the scales of development for reading skills and all.
Oh, okay. Let me try and see whether I can go back to fill in the gap. I said essentially that what led to our thinking of an alternative assessment mode was the fact that there are three critical issues that have arisen from end product users, employers. Like Professor Sharma said in the morning, that we have the problem of unemployability. That's a very serious situation. Then two, it has also been said that students lack critical thinking skills. It's also been said that our graduates are not able to convince themselves, speak to people. And that's been one of the reasons why most of them have not succeeded in being easily employed. So the question is, when students leave universities as language students and they have certificates, will it be right for them to be described as being unemployable? Will it be right for them to be referred to as lacking communication skills? Will it be right for them to be referred to as lacking critical thinking skills? The question is, if that is the problem currently, what do we then need to do? It then means that those of us who are preparing them for the world of employment, those of us who are language educators, need to find a better way or an improved way of assessing, because it's assessment that leads to decision making, where we can say this person has attained this level of competence. And so we then say, if the very important aspect of language teaching, which is the ability to use the language orally, is not part of our assessment, students will not pay sufficient attention to that. And then whatever decision we then take in assessing them will not be comprehensive. So we then came up with the idea of, one, looking for alternative modes of assessing our students when we are preparing them for graduation. And when eventually they graduate, we expect them to be able to use that particular language. Now, whether it's English or any of our local languages that have varieties, that have standards, it's expected that the language educator must know and exhibit masteries in these areas, and then give students who are language learners the opportunity to exhibit what they know in these areas before we take final decision in their certification and we release them to the world of work. Now, we have done three things. One, the first was that at the point of students presenting their final project, we now listen to them, where we ask them questions. They interact with a panel of examiners who ask them questions, who expect them to, from the beginning of conception to the final part of the project, they are expected to be able to tell convincingly how they have arrived at the problem and how they have carried out the study and what they have found out. When we first started, we found that most students who had very well-written projects were not able to defend. They failed badly in the oral presentation. We couldn't match their performance orally with what they have written. And so most of them were either referred or given the opportunity to repeat. Now, we became very sure that something is certainly missing. Which is why our students are not able to communicate convincingly when they go to attend interviews. We also then decided to say, from the first level to the final year, let there be a time when students will be given time to present orally. Apart from discussing actively in class, engaging them, making the classroom environment very lively, we also must give opportunity for them to do library research and come to the classroom to present. Now, what we then have done so far was to divide the grade assigned to that kind of exercise into two equal halves. First, the oral presentation takes the first half, the written presentation takes the second half. Now, the idea is that when you do this cumulatively over a period of 4 years or 3 years, by the time the student will be graduating, your decision about the student competence will not be based solely on pen and paper, examination or mode of assessment. So that has been working. But we now wanted to make it so practical. A study was designed by my humble self and one of my postgraduate students, wherein we wanted to find out whether we can use alternative mode of assessment in assessing students' essay. We found that could be done in 2 ways. First, make students familiar with the subject matter, give them the opportunity to rub minds, to think together, give them the opportunity to make oral presentation of what they otherwise would have written down from the beginning to the end, paying attention to the emotional reaction, paying attention to the critical thinking part, paying attention to the communication aspect, the extent to which the language is able to is to be used to create the impression the essay was to be created. After which they were given the opportunity to transcribe what they have spoken into writing. We discussed that. We also said, okay, the best thing to do is to go to the field to experiment. So we then conceived a study that we titled Alternative Mode of Assessment, which is the oral written mode. Now we took that to selected secondary schools in a particular location in our area of study. And we had an experimental study where a group was exposed to the oral and written mode of presentation. And the control group was essentially the normal mode of assessment where you discuss writing, essay writing, and you write. We now found out at the end of the experiment of for 5 weeks that the students who had the opportunity to discuss, to rub minds, to think critically, to share ideas before writing, had a significantly higher mean score than the other set of students who merely wrote and submitted. Because we found out that some of the niceties, some of the good things that we wanted to have seen in such an essay was in the essay of the group that did oral, because when they were discussing, they were able to bring everything, pictorial illustration, demonstration, emotional, involvement into all the discussion that informed what their written essay, portrayed. Unlike these other people who just merely sat down and wrote mechanically, technically dry essay, which did not convey the total emotional situation we wanted to see in that kind of essay. So by the time we came up with that, we found out that if we were able to convince examination bodies to adopt a system where first, the totality of what students are able to present orally over a period of time is made an integral part of the assessment, that the problem of candidates not being able to express themselves when they go out for interviews will likely be, reduced if it's not completely eradicated. 2, we also found out that since the aim of language teaching has been to help the learners to be able to use the language to communicate, irrespective of the subject area, once that is an integral part of the candidate's assessment, candidates will be more careful. They will pay more attention to the rudiments of spoken aspect of language than the current situation where everybody focuses on the written aspect. And we also believe, finally, that... Can I continue, please? Should I continue?
Sir, we have
Hello?
to confine in this time limit because our session was till 2:30 p.m. only, and we have already exceeded
Yes.
15 minutes.
Yes, I'm rounding
We
off
have
now.
one
So
our
we,
chairperson also.
yes, I'm rounding off now. I'm rounding off now. So when we finished our study, we concluded that actually alternative mode of assessment exists, and that's recommended. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for expressing your views on the alternative modes of assessment. You have presented very well that in language teaching and learning process, the balance between formative and summative assessment ensures successful and continuous assessment of learners, along with capacity building, and for inculcating critical thinking skills, decision-making skills, reflective skills, and communication skills. You also discussed about the various skills related to the 4 skills of language, that is listening, speaking, reading, and writing skills. And you also discussed about the tricks that a teacher can use for preparing a assessment mode so as to inculcate the practical aspects of communication as well. Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us on this.
A
So
pleasure.
there are certain questions. So there are certain questions. One question is from Dr. Indulekha KR, Assistant Professor, Government Polytechnic College, Maranthadi. She has asked that, can you suggest some of the assessment techniques that can be employed in ESL classrooms?
Yeah, thank you so much. Basically, what exists in literature is comprehensive, but the aspect that is lacking is the practicality of some of the steps that have been suggested. Like I said, ultimately, we student writes, and then we assign grades, and we say this student is the first class student, this student is a third class student. Now, what we're trying to do now is what we want to create opportunity for student engagement. Let that be an integral part of the current assessment mode we're using. Create opportunity for student oral presentation. Whatever it is you expose them to do, whatever it is that they do on the field, there must be an opportunity, there must be a time sufficient for them to present. And each time they speak, they present like that, such presentation must be an integral part of their total assessment score. That's what we are not doing as much as possible now, and that's what I'm recommending that we should include in what we have now that's existing.
Thank you, sir. Sir, there is one more question, and this will be the last question for you. Sir, what is the criteria that can be kept in mind to develop rubrics for language skills assessment through a LMS for teaching English to school students?
Well, the criteria will be many, depending on, first, the level of learners, 2, the objectives of teaching them, 3, what the curriculum expects you to do. Because if you go outside of what the curriculum expects you to do, you will not be assessed essentially about what you have done independent of the curriculum. You'll be assessed based on the curriculum. So that you need to be guided by the objective of the curriculum, 2, the level of learners, 3, you as an individual, your understanding of why language should be taught in the school system. When you understand that, you are going to be able to prioritize the criteria you have set apart in your taking a decision about what you teach and how you teach it.
Thank you, sir. Now I will request Dr. Suhasini Bajpayee to take over the session.
Thank you, Sarika ma'am. In this session, we have Professor Seema Dhawan ma'am as chairperson. So it would be our pleasure to hear your presiding remarks for this session, ma'am. So please, ma'am, over to you, Seema ma'am.
Thank you, Suhasini. Good afternoon to all of you. I heartily welcome you all in this virtual world. Hope everybody is at home, safe and sound. Respected Professor Rajnish Kumar Shukla, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya, Varda, Professor Gopal Krishna Thakur, Dr. Shirish Pal, session coordinators, Dr. Suhasini Bajpayee and Mrs. Sarika Rai Sharma, eminent speakers, Professor Tony Berner, Dr. Mohammad Effendi, Professor Clement Kulawale, faculty members and dear participants. I'm grateful to the Mahatma Gandhi University, especially Dr. Gopal Krishna Thakur and Dr. Sirish Pal for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to chair the session. This has also widened my horizon. Today, the coronavirus pandemic has upended the world, especially the educational sector. As a result, the academic calendar all over the world has been disturbed. The education system has also turned towards online mode. This phase of online learning has been forcefully imposed due to lockdown. In this crucial time, the teachers must be trained to develop quality resources and made aware about the various techniques, strategies, and apps which can be efficiently used by them for teaching learning processes. In the period of corona, when we are compelled to be isolated from continue teaching from home to maintain the academic session for the betterment of students' world, the Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya came forward and organized this international webinar on alternative assessment and evaluation in teacher education. Mahatma Gandhi International Hindi University is a unique central university in its nature. The university experiencing this period of threat as an avenue to think about the alternative modes of evaluation that can be explored to keep educational process going on and to impart education to millions of students in an effective way. Going beyond the national boundaries, the university collaborated with other renowned universities of the world to know their practices and how they are coping with this challenging period. Also with the vision to share the best practices related to assess the learning. I would like to congratulate Dr. Gopal and Dr. Sirish and their team members for bringing all of us on one platform to discuss creative alternative assessment techniques and evaluation system, the various modalities which can be used by the teacher educators for assessment. The topic selected is very much relevant as it is the need of every teaching professionals. In a well-designed online program, students are not limited to the programs located near their homes, but they can reach to the unreachable in the context of place, content, methods, and experiences. The quality of higher education cannot be maintained without practicing the best assessment and evaluation methods. Evaluation is a continuous process and a periodic exercise in the context of education that helps to build an educational program, assess its achievements, and improves upon its effectiveness. It serves as inbuilt monitor within the program to review the progress in learning from time to time. In this period of corona and lockdown, wherein the concept of education itself is facing a change, a paradigm shift, there are many challenges being faced by the existing assessment and evaluation system. The disease spread is on rise. So it will be hardly allowed the university level examination that had been suspended to avoid the congregation of hundreds of students at examination centers. The main challenge at this time is how to conduct the examination, how to evaluate the learning of the students, also to proceed academic sessions. This is an urgent need to switch over to online assessment tools and the apps and also the alternative ways of evaluation. We cannot even say that online education is going on because education in a broader perspective itself includes assessment and evaluation. If the teachers are able to impart knowledge and learning experiences through online mode, then why not assessment? The thing is to think in a different manner as per the requirement of online education and the learners at large. Very informative and delightful discussions held since morning. Professor Tony Berner has emphasized on the online mode of assessment, and he informed about the project of online tool development and implementation of the online tool. He elaborated that the students need to be active producer of the content. They need to be familiarized about the tools. They can create content, and creativity should be allowed during the process of teaching learning. For avoiding cheating during the examination, the students should be provided task-oriented assignments so that they should reflect on those tasks. Today, the student teachers, they are using the digital tools in a passive manner. They should be active creator, producer of the content. So they should be trained in this regard. He also informed about the result of the project. He emphasized on that there is a need of transparent articulation of online tools with the curriculum. Also emphasized on the training of the teacher educators, which is very important at this stage. And he talked about that there should be fundamental changes in the working habits of the teachers and teacher educators. And we should move towards self and peer assessment process, because one should know about the purpose of assessment, why we are assessing the learning. And also he emphasized indirectly on the formative mode of assessment. He told that all the stakeholders should understand the purpose of formative assessment. Coming to the next speaker, Dr. Muhammad Effendi, he informed about quality teaching assessment, and very in a wonderful manner, he explained the evaluation teaching is a continuous process, and he explored the philosophy of evaluation, that is, it should be evidence-based, it should be fair, collaborative in nature, and the importance of the feedback. He talked about the SPPP system of evaluation, and also about the MIT system of evaluation, that they are using two evaluation approaches, and also the way he has presented the evaluation system of different countries in a comparative manner. He emphasized on peer assessment, that the student teacher, that even the teacher can also be a co-learner during the process of assessment, and talked about 360 degree of assessment and evaluation. He said that for e-assessment, three components are very essential. That is student evaluation, the peer assessment, and the self-reflection. So, and also he told that more researchers are required to know about all these three aspects. Evaluation is teaching. Evaluation in teaching is about good teacher and good teaching. Very good sentence. And he emphasized on higher order thinking skills of the pupil teachers, the students teachers, and that peer review, how we go for peer review, what kind of tools can be used, portfolio or inventories, what are these kind of tools are being used in different universities also. So how can we use these kind of tools for online learning assessment? The next speaker, Professor Clement Kolawale, he talked about the assessment of alternative assessment techniques of language teachers. He informed the purpose of assessment for a language teacher, how they are assessing he informed that they are using the traditional mode of assessment for evaluation, and he emphasized on that three critical issues should be discussed, and these issues are the employability need of the employer, what is required in the job world, that training should be as per the need of the job world. Critical thinking skills should be developed among the students, and he questioned about the certificate for the students which they are giving after the completion of the course. So the reflection, the critical thinking, and the communication skill, the student should be assessed on these three aspects. So on the whole, we can say that this the alternative mode of assessment for a student teacher is in all over the world. We are going towards online mode of assessment, and the emphasis is on the self-assessment, the self-management, the self-creation of something new, giving the opportunity to create something new and to reflect on, and the peer assessment. Yes, connection is very important for peer assessment, and also about the different tools that portfolios and other materials which can be used for assessment technique. Your inputs and suggestions will pave way for bringing out some realistic recommendations that may be helpful in shaping the policies pertaining to alternative assessment and evaluation system, especially in the teacher education curriculum. So on the whole, we should accept that assessment is a process, and challenge will come, problem will be there, new problem will be there. But from these problems, solutions will be found out. The main thing is to take the initial steps towards progression of online education. When we think about the problem, discuss on its various aspects of issues and challenges, then only we will be able to solve it. So organizing these kinds of webinars and participating in these compel us to think over the problem and the solutions. The only solution that most people can suggest these days is to take education sector as much online as possible. Even that Professor Tony has informed that they are also going for online assessment in the next session. The teachers of higher education should be given online training by the professionals to create good content and even softwares for assessing learning of their students. And the student teachers will be made more competent about the tools which they are using for the assessment. It needs to be interactive, interesting, and informative at the same time. The evaluation should be crisp, clear, transparent, authentic, and time-bound. The education sector should be responsible to take the country forward, especially the teacher education. I again congratulate the organizer for this webinar. Thanks for inviting me and providing this opportunity to interact with you all. I'm grateful to all the speakers and the organizers. Be safe, be healthy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your effective concluding remarks for the session. Your reflection was really thought-provoking as we are exceeding time limits. So without wasting any time, I'm going for formal vote of thanks. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion, as no duty is more than urgent than that of returning thanks. First of all, I wish to express my gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Rajneesh Kumar Shukla sir, for his continuous encouragement and support, and for giving us an opportunity to organize this event. I, on behalf of the organizing committee and the volunteers, extending a very hearty vote of thanks to the honorable speakers, Professor Tony Brunner, Dr. Muhammad Effendi, and Professor Clement, who enlightened us with their delightful deliberations and took out valuable time of their busy schedules. The way you all explained the topic is exemplary for us. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for Professor Seema Dhawan's remarks as chairperson. Also, I would like to extend a special thanks to Professor Manoj Kumar, Dean, School of Education, Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalay, Dr. Gopal Krishna Thakur, Director of Webinar, Dr. Sirish Pal Singh, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Shilpi Kumari, Coordinator of Webinar, for organizing this fruitful event. As no program can become successful with a single person, so I extend my big thanks to our young and dynamic team of faculty members of Department of Education for their support, and all our technical support team too. Thank you guys for making this event successful with your contribution as a participant, as a listener. Hope we will able to think on various issues of online assessment and alternative assessment in future. Thank you so much. Over to Organizing Secretary. Please, sir.
Thank you for thanking us.
Gopal sir.
Dr. Suhasini, is Dr. Sirish there? Otherwise, you can announce it, the closure of this session.
Okay.
Let's all meet again at 4 for the next session. When Professor Vanessa Dennen from Florida State University and Professor Kaul from Perth would join us, along with Professor Amrit from Central University of Kerala. So let's meet at 4 for the next session.
Thank you so much, everyone. We will meet in our next session on time. Thank you so much.
Since the present session is being chaired by Professor Seema Dhawan, so with her permission,
ma'am,
yes, very good session and very delightful session. Thanks to all the speakers. So I declare.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all the professors.
You presented
Thank you,
very
everybody.
nice.
Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Kolavale. Thanks, Professor Even.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Such a
Gopal
nice,
and everyone. All right, thank you.
We'll meet again. We'll meet again.
Sure,
Thank you.
sure.
Right. Thank you for the opportunity.